It's live.
It's live, okay. Hello, everybody. This is the VM Summit. I think this is the third time we've met.
Yep.
Just kind of touch bases on where we're at with things like the new NAPI, the Node API, and the FFI work, and making it better for making it easier for Node to work on multiple VM backends. Where we left things off last time was, we have these two efforts, the FFI and the NAPI, two alternative, not necessarily mutually exclusive, but alternative approaches to the problem. And we wanted to get together face-to-face to kind of checkpoint on where we're at with these. We want to spend the morning looking at each of them. So we're going to start with an hour-long presentation on the FFI, take a break, and then an hour-long presentation on the NAPI. And then before lunch, I want to take about 15 minutes to talk about the logistics for how do we actually get this into core so that people can start playing with it. Right now, the work's been kind of being done on the side, and we need to broaden the audience. After lunch, we have box lunches coming, right, for after lunch, so that'll be nice. After lunch, it's the agenda's fairly loose. We have a few items here we can discuss. Some of the related things like inspector protocol and debugging and things like that we need to look at. How the heck do we install these things, since everything is based on JIP and NAN and stuff like that now. And we can talk about things like JIP and GN and other things. But if you have any specific suggestions for the afternoon session, let me know. So, to kick it off, Ali, you're going to be doing the presentation on the FFI stuff, right? So I think if we can switch this over to HDMI 1, I think.
That is 1. This would be
3. I'm not sure where we do this.
right there. Hit 3.
Oh, do we need to do a quick run?
We should go around.
Yeah, I think we should do.
There's a new face.
Sorry about that. I'll go ahead and start. I'm James now. Node TSC, CTC, IBM for the next 2 weeks. After that, something else. Good.
Dan Shaw, Node Source. Been around for a long time. Sort of connected tissue to the rest of Node Source.
Josh Gavant, Microsoft. Been working on that Node. Been working on it for a couple years. Runtime diagnostics. Yeah.
So I'm Hitesh Kanmakirta. I'm a Microsoft dev lead for the Node Core team. We work on NAPI, Node Chapter Core.
So I'm Mark. I'm with Microsoft Research. I'm interested in advancing diagnostics, VM stuff, Node and JavaScript in general.
I'm Arunesh Chandra. I'm working on Node Chapter Core and NAPI for the most part.
My name is Taylor Wall. I work under Hitesh in Microsoft. I also work on NAPI.
Hi everyone, welcome. I'm Gaurav. I work, I'm a PM on a bunch of projects related to JavaScript here, Chakra, TypeScript, the Node stuff that we're doing, Node on Azure.
Hi, I'm Ed Moore. I'm Gaurav's engineering counterpart, so the engineering manager for Chakra and TypeScript.
I'm Matt. I'm with Google, and I work with Ali on Node Core and V8 and other Node.
Hello, my name is Ali. I work at Google, and I work on Node at Google, including Node Core and V8.
I'm with the China Systems. We work on a few projects related to Node and former CTC Node.
I'm Gabriel. I'm from Intel, and I'm helping out with Node API stable effort, and I'm porting IoTivity Node to this new API to basically thresh out what still needs to be done.
Hi, my name is Samson. I'm the intern student at IBM. Joining the NAPI last year, May.
Hi, I'm Michael Dawson, CTC member, also the technical lead for IBM's Runtime Technologies team that focuses on Node.js. and I've been involved in the NAPI project with Samson and the rest of the team since the beginning.
Everyone, I am Matteo Collina. I'm with Nearform for some time at this point. And yeah, I'm more interested on all the community impact and how to move this project forward within the community.
Colin Erie, Node CTC and TSC. I work with Matteo at Nearform.
Focus around that.
I'm Jason Junior. I'm at Microsoft. Node.js for 6 months.
I'm Jonathan Carter, PM at Microsoft, and the same team as Josh and Aranesh, and focus on our Node.js.
Okay, is that everybody? Okay. Excellent. Hello for the new people.
Is that you have to.
No, I think we have to use the ID.
Event code.
Yeah, for the Wi-Fi. Yeah, it's right up here. MS event 50 BW, all lowercase, as the event code.
No, there's an event code. It's an option
For everyone else, when you connect to the guest, the first screen, there's 3 options. Select the one that's for the event. The event code.
2. Okay. We'll try 1.
I heard 3.
So 3 was that one. 3 is that one. Yeah. Okay. Try just 1.
I'll start with the FFI presentation. So Matt and I have been working on FFI.
The one thing I'd say is, if you're going to have a presentation, if you stand near one of the screens, it actually switches the camera so people can see the screen.
Okay. Right. So I can bring the laptop.
Yeah, you can actually connect here.
Yeah, like if you went there, people could see behind you. That would probably make sense.
Clever.
Okay.
Yes.
What was that?
So Matt and I have been working on FFI. Actually, Matt has been doing most of the work. And I'll cover the initial sort of objective part of FFI and what it is and why it is and how does it fit into the big picture, and Matt will take you through some of the technical details. All right, so the objective that we had when we went to the first VM summit, we were trying to figure out, okay, how do we make it a productive thing, or to move this native module ecosystem where we have all these native modules that people need to write, but also give them, but also sort of bring along some challenges, such as being strongly coupled to the VM API, having issues with every time the VM API changes, things change, being hard to write, easy to make mistakes and add memory leaks, and it's just a mismatch with what the JavaScript developers really want to do. What they want to do is, I want to call SQLite, and I just want to call a CE library that's already available in the system. So give me an easy way to do this. One of the things that Node did is that it never had an API. It took an API that V8 had, and then just gave it on forward to the users, saying, well, just put against this API that's not designed for an ecosystem of 30,000 modules, but that's what we had. So there was a lot of friction that resulted as a result of it, because the V8 API was designed for a different purpose, and the rest is history. So when we were trying to figure out, okay, how do we sort of come up with a way to write native modules that sort of avoid this problem, NAPI is one of the approaches. NAPI being Node API, and Node needs to have its own API so that the module authors can be a few things. They can be insulated from the VM level concepts, and also that Node can then carry forward and sort of be and make it a Node API rather than a VM API. So that's NAPI is all great, and FFI is not an alternative to NAPI. It's not trying to compete with NAPI. What it's trying to do is provide an additional mechanism that sort of is complementary to NAPI that lets people write native modules for not all the use cases, but the majority of the use cases in pure JavaScript. And FFI is not a new concept. Node FFI already exists. It works too. The problem it has, it's an entirely external implementation that's not really designed for performance. So it brings about some challenges around performance. So what we wanted to do was come up with a sort of a dynamic FFI that the VM would support, because the VM already knows how to do calls to C, and we wanted to see how far we could get with this. So that was the main objective. And so Matt, do you want to take it over from the slide?
So yeah, there are kind of a few reasons why people would write native code if they are using Node.js. A common one is that they want to reuse an existing C or C++ library. This is like the SQLite or Nano message case. They may want to build tools that are inherently tied to the VM. So these are tools that provide JavaScript interfaces to profiling information, debugging information, things like that. Or they may implement code natively for performance reasons. They might be building a library from scratch, but want performance characteristics, and then kind of not mutually exclusive with any of those, but they might also want to do have different concurrency models, and native code provides you with that. So an FFI implementation will not address kind of bullet 2 here. So an FFI implementation will allow you to quickly call, if you don't want to write any native code yourself, it will allow you to set up bindings and call native symbols without writing any native code yourself. But if you intend to write native code, something like NAPI is a better way to go forward. So if you want to build a native module, the code samples here also might not be precisely correct, but the high level ideas should be sound. So if you want to write a native module today, you have a few options. You can make direct use of VM APIs, and this kind of requires people who want to build native modules to understand a lot of VM concepts that they might not necessarily care about, like how handles and handle scopes work, and kind of the details of how garbage collection works. And if they program directly against the V8 API today, there are API changes that come along, and they have to maintain their modules. There's an ongoing maintenance burden. And there are also ABI compatibility concerns. So we want to move to a place where we can insulate developers from as many VM concepts that they don't want to care about as possible. So NAN came about to try to help with some of this insulation, and it does improve the maintenance story, but it's not able to completely shield developers from VM concepts. So NAN still has notions of handles and scopes, and in the end, people will end up writing native code even if they're only interested in kind of translating their JavaScript arguments and then directly calling some native function. And additionally, there's so NAN has had to break its API before. That happened not too long ago, and so while it does insulate better than programming directly against the VM APIs, it's still not a perfect solution in that respect either. So there is an existing FFI implementation available as a native module in the module ecosystem today, and it lets you write code in JavaScript that looks something like this. You can specify type signatures and symbols in a particular dynamic library, and they will be loaded and callable from JavaScript. But they currently the implementation that's used is prohibitively slow because of the well, there are a few reasons, but one of the main ones is the way that dynamic type translations work are particularly slow. So without kind of the FFI being built as a VM entity, the translation process will be prohibitively slow. The alternative would be to bundle an external compiler to emit specialized code, but bundling an external compiler in a Node module is not would be a lot of overhead. And we already have fine compilers available from the VMs. So from kind of looking at the set of possibilities today, there are a few requirements that come up for what an FFI implementation from the VM would have to provide. It would have to do specialized type translation. It would have to, so any possible FFI implementation will end up shielding developers from VM concepts. We want people to be able to write purely in JavaScript and not worry about writing their own native code. So there are common patterns of going and running native code off using like the libuv thread pool and then calling back into JavaScript at the end. We want to make sure that whatever mechanism, so VMs probably do not want to be libuv aware, but we need primitives from the VMs so that the common async patterns that are use libuv async primitives are made possible. And it would be nice to keep the API as similar to the existing most popular FFI module as possible, so that if people want to port existing, so some people, there are users of the Node FFI module, and if we can make the upgrade path for them as smooth as possible, that would be good. So here's kind of the high level structure of how we would do a synchronous translation for like build a JavaScript function that will invoke a native function automatically. So there are kind of two high-level components here. There are the things kind of on the left portion of the screen. So there's going to be a native module component that will be built in the independent of the VM, and it will expose a JavaScript interface that will take specifiers like what we saw in the Node FFI example. So it'll take the name of the DLL you want to load from, the name of the symbol you're after, a type signature. It will resolve those. It will make sure that things are properly loaded. And then on this side, we have things that the VM will provide. So the VM will provide some C++ API to an FFI compiler that will build precisely the set of type translations that are needed to translate arguments coming from JavaScript and going to the particular function with the type signature. So the reason why the Node FFI type translations are slow is that for each argument at call time, they will do a dynamic process of inspecting the type of the argument, figuring out what type it should go to, and calling the appropriate translation. Whereas in a VM-provided world, FFI world, the code emitted by the compiler could inline precisely the type translations associated with the expected argument types and would not have to inspect any argument types at call time. So what the FFI compiler would do is it would take the signature and the function pointer for the function that would be called, and it would build you a JS function that embeds the specific type translations on arguments and on the outgoing result going back into JavaScript land.
And to be clear here, so the term synchronous translation means that you're calling a synchronous function. So the mechanism is very different when you're calling an asynchronous.
Yes. So for an example of this, so if we're grabbing a +2 function from some adding library, we could specify its type signature. This looks fairly similar to what Node FFI has. And it would give us a function that we can invoke synchronously with some argument, and it will give us the result. And the way that this differs from Node FFI, again, is that these are numeric specific translations, not a dynamic process of going and looking up what type translation you need to do. And it will result in a call out to the dynamic library.
And one more thing to add on this example is that, so the purpose of the So there's a syntax that you can use to describe this function, right? So our objective right now is to have a very simple, as similar to FFI and Node FFI syntax. But you can imagine that you can write layers on top of it that basically are more ergonomic. So from a functional point of view, like, this is what we're trying to achieve, but this is not the ergonomics that ultimately developers need. So you can do interesting things like what Lua does, right? So what Lua does is actually it takes a C function prototype. So you write a string with a C function prototype, and it parses it, and from there it figures out like what are the types. So you don't have to give it an array of an array. It's quite convenient, and those could be built in user space, and different things could be done in user space.
Yeah. So you can also imagine that like expressing like function types or deeply nested structs will start to get clunky in this, and having parsers for those would simplify for developers a lot. So for in the asynchronous case, the things that the node module does will look very similar, but it will transform the signature it receives to assume that it will take one additional argument, which is the callback, and that callback will accept an error argument and a result argument of the type specified in the return. So we'll show an example of that, but it does a transformation on the signature before it hands it off, and the VM will provide another operation which will basically translate all of its arguments into C arguments into a buffer that can be handed off to another thread and unpacked on that thread, so that we're not handling JavaScript objects off the JavaScript execution thread, which is problematic for us. So you will do the same specialized type translations. You'll put it in a buffer that can be passed off to a libuv thread. It'll run your function, and then when a result comes back, it will invoke the final argument, which is the callback with the result or error if one occurred. So the usage of this is that you would specify the signature of the function you're invoking the same way. It's a function that returns an int and accepts an int. But the resulting JavaScript function would be something that is expecting a callback or an error argument in there as well. And it would convert its argument, run the native function off thread on another thread, and then there's no corresponding conversion of the return argument in this diagram back to JavaScript, because when we translate functions, so we're going to have to translate this JavaScript function into a native function that can be called from native code, and that will embed the appropriate type translation. So this function will have, when it's translated into a C function pointer, it will translate its arguments into JavaScript objects. So we'll pick up the translations inside the object that's produced by the translation of the function. So this gives a better kind of picture of what that translation looks like. So when you have a JavaScript function and you want like a C function that you can call from native code, when you during the translation process, we're going to build a C function that will embed the correct type translation. So in the previous diagram, when the result came back from the libuv thread that was a native int or whatever native type you have, when it's passed as an argument to the generated C function, it'll go through the appropriate type translation, and whatever the VM needs to do to set up the JavaScript execution environment will happen in here, and we can so this is something that we've been working on for we've been working on. We have a prototype built on top of one of the IRs that V8 has. it has fairly good type support, though not though there's more work to be done there. But it got to a point where we could build NanoMessage on top of it and kind of make sure it was capable of producing a functional Node module. But in talking with the V8 and broader Chromium teams, it looks like the work of fast calls from JavaScript into native code is something that a broader set of people than just FFI for Node cares about. So there are efforts in the WebAssembly world and for fast calls into the native DOM code, where there are other groups that care about this mechanism. And the mechanism we built on the IR we used does not work generally for them. And so now we're in the process of going back to the drawing board and figuring out what to do to build something that will work for them as well as for Node FFI. So we kind of got to a functional prototype, but there's substantial work that will need to be done before this is something that that Node could benefit from. It is worth noting, though, in some of, and it's visible from some of the previous slides of the kind of the project architecture. So this is something that would be implemented as a Node native module plus a set of VM primitives. It's not something that Node core needs to build a lot of machinery around. So it's kind of a matter of we need to get things built into the VM and then put together this external module. But at least for, I guess maybe there's a section later on about integration into Node core, and so we can talk about stuff then. But this should not require logic in Node core. So there we have a brief overview of kind of how we can support kind of expected translations from JavaScript types into a variety of native types. We didn't get far enough along in the initial prototype to, so some things like 64-bit integers, we don't have the ability to express these nicely in JavaScript, so we're going to need to think about how that will work. There's still some type translation work to be done, but again, this kind of applies to the old prototype, and it may not hold going forward.
In the 64-bit native modules already have to deal with that one way or the other, right? So the question, so the problem statement there is, what do people expect to do in this case? What do native modules actually do in this case? And how do we? And that's what we basically have to offer. So it's basically, what are the expectations? How can we get that done rather than like is it theoretically possible? We're not trying to solve a new problem here.
So that's what we have.
Yeah. So yes, we can do sort of a more roundtable questions.
You mentioned there was going to be a slide on integrating to Node core. Like I was interested about the comment that you don't need anything in core. You need a newer version of V8 or?
Well, yeah. So there's a VM API that's needed to be able to do these things. So if that VM is part of Node, like is available, once that is available, then it doesn't require anything additional from Node core, right? Okay. So this could be a entirely user space module that builds on top of the core functionality provided by the VM.
Okay, so you require that new module. It now gives you the functions like give me this function, give me that function, then you can just call them. Yeah. Okay.
You don't anticipate any more stuff in V8 needed to support that? Like all of this is like outside of V8.
So if the core functions so what we need from V8 are essentially two functions. One is I'll give you a function, a C function. Please give me a JavaScript function that will call this function synchronously. That's one thing. The second thing we need is I'll give you a function that I expect to call asynchronously. So please give me a JavaScript function that will let me do that. So those are the two basic ingredients that the VM needs to provide. So the VM already knows how to do all the type translations, right? So we need a way to encode that message that this will be an int, this will be a buffer, this will be a string, right? So the VM knows how to get those converted to the right destination type and vice versa. So
if other VMs are trying to provide this functionality, they have these requirement to support these two new APIs and have JIT capability inside them as well.
Yeah. So that would be the so for other VMs to have the most performance implementation, that would be one way of going about it. It's also possible that this FFI module could back into a static compiler, right? It builds on top of Clang and it actually generates NAPI code, right? So you can plumb different things behind the scenes. So if for VMs that do not have a JIT, maybe that's the option they can do.
It's also highly likely that the native module that we described on the left of those structural diagrams would be written against a NAP. So NAPI would have additional API surface for the two operations that Ali described. The way it's currently implemented, we break the second operation into two that kind of correspond to a bind and an apply. So you need those to be exposed through NAPI, and then they can be implemented by a VM, and that module on the left would work no matter who's providing them.
So great, yeah, we got to sort of my question there. So with that, we have an opportunity to design some of that API ahead of time. Does it make sense to design that VM level API here with this group, or do you expect to need to go and implement it out before we can begin to sketch out what that NAPI level API would be?
I think we have a basic. So I think a little bit more time for us to get it more concrete would be good, so that we can actually show some code that can be generalized. We have a fairly good idea of like the basic componentry that we need from VM or NAPI or that we could. So we have a basic idea. I was hoping it would be more concrete until this point, but sadly, it isn't. We're not as far along as we wanted to. So, but we would certainly appreciate input. So, if anybody, maybe in a smaller group, it's better to start sort of discussing that. If people from Microsoft want to
maybe open a new project, like somewhere where you can put information, people can review and comment. I don't know, another repo or somewhere that.
Yeah. So that's doable. I think maybe in a couple of months we might be in that at that point. Let's make sure that we can get it really functional with the new design with V8, and then so we know if there's warts in our design thinking at this point, we want to find those first before we design something really big and realize, oh no, this was fundamentally wrong. Nano message worked, but something else will fundamentally not work. So we need to do it very, very differently. So once we have a proof point for one VM, I think it becomes much more concrete and it becomes.
Yeah, I don't think we'd want to design the whole thing now. It sounds like it's too early, but I think people would still appreciate being able to see some of your current thoughts, right? Like, what do you think the API may be totally thrown away, but what do we, if you have an idea of what it would be, what would that be today?
Even if it's publishing this post for presentation, and the rest of the open discussion points.
So I was kind of curious about, you mentioned that this was, you had a working implementation, but it was then backed out because there was a discussion about generalizing this for WebAssembly, right? Doing FFI to WebAssembly. And I was kind of curious, I mean, from a user perspective, right? The current story is, if I want to install this module, I got to download a DLL, I download the JavaScript bindings, this binds those all together, and now I have sort of a managed component, a native component, and that's always funky. But is a better story for particularly for the cases where this is because we need high performance code. Does this make more sense as the developer? I translate my code into WebAssembly. Then the user is just going to download. It's all going to be managed code on some level. It's all going to be executable in Node without downloading and binding in another DLL. And the high performance code is going into WebAssembly, and we're just doing the FFI there. And it's a much more, uniform package in that sense.
Yeah. So okay. So this.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that was one big use case. Was I need high performance code? Does it make sense to put this high performance code in a separate DLL that you download, or does it make sense to take this high performance code, put it in WebAssembly, and then interact with it just in one managed package that you download, and I don't need to worry about versioning, operating systems, all that good stuff, right? And the other was, of course, I have a debugger. I need to interact with native code, right, or whatever.
Can you share that link?
Okay, yeah, let me share the link to this.
So people on the call don't see it. So since we're talking about stuff that's in there.
How can I send it to you?
You just post it in any issue. You go to Node.js Summit repo.
Node.js Summit. Let me open up my other repo.
Node.com/nodejs/VM. Yeah.
No.
Oh, those meetings. I was trying to.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, but continue. There, I got it.
It's on SharePoint. You can have a public link.
Right. So there's a bunch of use cases. I think the use case you were talking about is like I want a high performance NumPy for JavaScript, right? So I think for that use case, I mean, WebAssembly becomes a possibility. But majority of the use cases, or not all, but a good chunk of the use cases for native modules today are I already have SQLite on the system. I already have NanoMessage on the system, right? And I already need to figure out a way to, in a deployment environment, figure out how to have those native libraries available. And then, so it's already a problem for native modules.
So this is I have some legacy code. I need to webify it. I want to do it in the quickest, dirtiest way possible.
And I'm not comfortable, or maybe not comfortable, or maybe not skilled enough to write C++, or maybe I'm even skilled enough, but just I don't want to have the burden of maintaining C++ code because JavaScript code is much easier to maintain, right? So it's basically giving a trade-off to people, right? So it's if you want to write JavaScript and still do everything in a productive, performant way, now you can do that. And the reason why I think this might be very important at this particular point in time is that with NAPI becoming real, Node having an API finally, what we expect is going to happen in the next couple of years is that people who have written against the V8 API, right? There's those native modules have to be rewritten against Node API, right? So we're going to have a big change in the ecosystem where 30,000 modules, a big percentage of them, I would hope, are going to be written to Node API. So, and we want to make sure that there is a way to do that without actually having people write C++. If we can get away without writing C++, that's better because that gives us a better solution in the long term, right? So it gives us even greater insulation than NAPI can provide, right? So that's basically the goal here.
So, one bit of context coming out of our initial meeting was, this is basically stack ranked. So we looked at, what in the world of native code, where are we going to get the biggest impact, and that's simply translating native code.
Right.
Yes, there are more esoteric, there are more advanced use cases, but if we're trying to solve, they're going to make the most dramatic improvement to the native module ecosystem. That's number one.
Yeah. And I guess so I come from this a diagnostics angle, and when I start throwing native code in, that there's a huge long history of difficult diagnostics problems when you have arbitrary x86 binaries being linked in. And that obviously messes with some stuff that I would love to do. I mean, where do you see, how do you see that working with a lot of the great NPM? That's a big attractive point for using Node is we have great diagnostics, runtime monitoring tools that light right up, right? I mean, do you see that being a problem, pulling in large amounts of legacy C++ code?
Well, I think so. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. That's going to be a pain point area. There's another area that has been a historic challenge in the native module space, which is, you talked about synchronous and asynchronous as the native API provides. Oftentimes, writing for Node, you may have a synchronous code base that you're linking in, but in order to provide the API with Node, you got to do the wrapping to make that synchronous. So I have no idea if we're able to address this at this level, or if you think that that's going to be that higher order abstraction that we develop on top of this module.
I mean, the goal is to be able to address that, right? So the whole idea behind so you want to give the equipment to JavaScript developers to say call the C function, but asynchronously.
Okay.
So there is some, and maybe Matt can elaborate on it more. So the VMs don't have a concept of what's a thread, like where is the thread going to come from, who's going to provide that. So so there's some machinery that's needed so VM needs to be able to give you a function. Now you're going to, and then you'll have to figure out how to run it elsewhere. Right. So, so Matt, do you want to elaborate on that?
That's something that this native module that was on the left-hand side of the diagrams would take care of. So there's basically, there are lots of ways that people might want to add concurrency to a native module. Like they might use kind of the common, most straightforward way of running something off thread using libuv. They might use pthreads. They might use their own more fancy locking schemes if they know they can do that. So I think what FFI and the FFI module could do is they could provide one way to do this. If you don't want to optimize, I mean, if all you want is to run something off thread and get a callback when it's done, it can provide one opinionated way to do that using libuv. And if you want to get into more complex things, you'd have to.
Right. You can build it yourself, right?
But that's something that we had full support for in our first project.
Based on the earlier discussion, the API for actually interfacing with the VM to do the interface with the compiler would be a NAPI API. So if somebody does want to do their own thing, they're writing NAPI code to interface with the FFI compiler.
They would build an alternate to what we are providing on the side.
Yeah. Error handling with this. So you're mapping all the types. It's JavaScript, people pass in all kinds of crazy stuff, right? Or errors are happening. How deeply have you thought about the error handling?
Yeah, I don't think we've thought too much about error handling at this point.
So what we have now is we require strict. You have to have something that can be expressed as to whatever type. If you pass in a number as a string, maybe it can be converted into a string by the VM easily. But if you pass in the wrong type, it'll just fail. And that's what we've been playing with for now. So you were talking earlier about what kinds of API design questions this group might be interested in. I think the error handling case is a very good one. So even though the VMs would only have a very small surface area of actual operations they're providing, the type definition language is something that the VMs would have to provide so that you can express function signatures and callback signatures and all this stuff. And that is something that I think I was playing around with one way to do it, but it would be good to talk more broadly and make sure that's something that everyone else is. So error handling and specifying types, I think, are the things that at this point this group.
Another thing that I came across when I was doing IoTivity Node was in terms of error handling was the stack. How do you deal with a situation where a JavaScript calls a native function which calls back into JavaScript? If you have, say, a property definition that has getters, setters, and then that calls back into native code because the getter calls the module or calls some other module. And if at any of those points an exception happens, usually your stack does not reflect all these round trips. It just shows the point in the JavaScript, and then it goes right out to main, basically.
Wait, if I understand it correctly, this isn't really going to provide a mechanism for the native code calling back to JavaScript, right? I mean, this is pretty much just here's a C function, whatever a signature. There's not going to be are you looking at the ability to be able to call back out into JavaScript from?
It's possible because the native module that you're wrapping using FFI, you may have given it a callback earlier, which is in JavaScript. So I mean, you can go back and forth any number of times. I mean, this is supposed to be completely generic, right?
Yes, yeah.
So then this idea of how do you follow the stack does come up.
Yes. So again, this is something that we would need to think about in more detail. But what we have today will start a fresh JavaScript stack every time you re-enter. It will not mean like the native stack is not stuff that we've looked at. It will give you a fresh JavaScript stack when you call back into JavaScript. When you call into native code, there'll be a like one frame for the entry into native code, and then it'll kind of throw its hand up. And, I mean, it won't make that problem better, but I think it might, since the VM is controlling the transitions, maybe it could do some more stuff, but that's not something we've thought about.
Right.
You said you had you tried to port nano message to the 8FFI. Do you have that code linked somewhere? Because it would be actually interesting to see how that is done. Because from your presentation, the handling of state. So most of the time we interact with the C++ add-ons, we actually allocate some state, a handle, a low-level data structure that we then acquire ownership on the JavaScript side, and we manipulate on the JavaScript side. So, and as far as I understand how nano message work, there is this concept of state. So which was not part of your presentation, how that plays out in userland code.
Yes, so we can talk about that. There were some outstanding I mean, the FFI prototype was not, it was able to get nano message running. The resulting code is not great. I don't think the resulting code is how we would want end users writing the code for now, because of some outstanding bugs that, like, it was right as I was starting to port nano message that we learned we were going to be rebuilding this from the ground up, and so I didn't put things as smoothing that out. But I'd be happy. I want to understand exactly what. So my understanding of the functions that I wrapped were like, these were things that took strings and numbers, and you could just send a message and it would pop out on the other side.
Yes. So the typical case. So all the native. So I work on two types of native add-ons. Okay, ones that have a strictly synchronous API that is CPU bound, for which this is great. Okay, I look forward to use it, because it actually, like, it will shorten the development cycle quite a bit, and this is great. On the other side, there are a bunch of more complex things. For example, the whole level DB family, or ZeroMQ, or all those things. And what they do is that you actually create some sort of live object. Okay, so you create a C++, a C reference, C++ reference that you need to pass around again. It's an object type of. It's not just a static C function that I call. The static C function return me something on which I need to act and call methods on that, and so on. So
yes, no, I understand what you're saying now. So yes, this is something we had. So we had support. You could return arbitrary pointers that would just associate themselves with some JS object that, as long as you didn't try to inspect it or access the pointer, like you could just you'd have a JS object you could pass around, you could pass it back, and it would come out the other side as the live.
Okay, but that's I think that use case is probably like providing a simple API on that use case, because that is what will limit mostly the adoption of this library. So
yes, and that was something. So one thing I played around with was like you can FFI wrap malloc, have it give you back a chunk of memory, and then pass that into some other function and have it initialize it or do whatever. That's reasonable.
Perfect. No, that's what the first, because it didn't appear.
Yes. No, that's true.
Yeah. Presentation. The other point I want to add, connect back to the other discussion that was being made. It's from an operational perspective. When we go and deploy this Node.js system with native add-ons, some native add-ons are shipped with the C++ code that they are going to run, while others are installed in the system. And binding those, it's usually complicated. Mm-hmm. So because in order to exactly be able to actually compile. So you need to have the exact same version, the exact same operating system to actually compile your native add-ons. So it's kind of a very important, to some extent, use case from an operational perspective. I would actually recommend, if you have a look at, for example, graphics magics, image magic type of libraries, because this is where I've seen pain, or like when there is something that I can play with, like tweet with me or whatever. I would be very eager to see if that can simplify the deployment phase, because that's where a lot of pain for native modules are, when you go actually, production, go ahead and in production pipelines and so on. So
I had a question about the malloc example you just talked about. So what is the lifetime semantics in that scenario? So if you allocate a buffer like that, like how do you manage freeing it?
So if you use FFI to wrap malloc, you would have to use FFI to wrap free. You'd have your JavaScript sitting around, and then
and so you have so the idea is that the JavaScript code has to deal with the lifetime management rather than normal garbage collection semantics.
You're giving users lots of rope.
Yeah, well, so, if you've written native code, I mean, it's the same logical code you'll have to write.
Yeah.
You just get to write it in JavaScript.
Yeah. And the other question I had was, so you guys did the nano message port. Like, did you guys run perf on that at all? Like, what is the comparison between your port and NAN? I think nano message is written in NAN today.
Yeah, so we did collect some performance stuff. There were some of the outstanding bugs we had on the initial prototype. It impacted the performance. I can dig them back up, and if you're interested, I don't remember off the top.
What's the general expectation of perf? Because Node FFI certainly had it's a native outside of the VM, and had a lot of questions around perf. So with this FFI, what do you expect in terms of?
I think the hope is to be able to perform at or better than native code, depending on how specialized the JIT. Like if the code the JIT produces can be inlined, then you might even be able to do better than pure native code.
So it shouldn't be any worse than crossing that boundary today, or calling.
Then sorry.
With the boundary we have to cross today from calling JS to.
My understanding is that it should be better.
So, correct me if I'm being too aggressive with the timeline, but we had talked about potentially trying to get this into a 7 ish time frame, so it could go out in 8. Again, correct me if I'm pushing, and
We're a month out from 8. So.
Right? Yeah, we're there. But with this sort of us waiting for the V8 APIs to come downstream, like where are we landing on being able to actually bring this into Node? So a step beyond the V8 and bring it back to Node.
Yeah, so at this point, I think it's too early to say. I think we have to go build it, and being freed up to go do that. Lots of other stuff going on as well. So, yeah, it's too early to say when we can be done.
It's definitely not Node 8.
Right. Yeah, Node 8's sailed, and yeah, I'm wondering if it'll land in 9.
Your plan, so your planning for 5.8 and 5.9 is already done, right?
5.8 already branched.
What about
5.9 is in 6 weeks.
We were looking at getting 5.7 into V8 and then stopping it because of the compiler or because of the optimizer, right? The possibility, or were we going to go up to 5.8, 5.9 during 8 timeline?
So I don't think the CTC has decided anything on that front. It hasn't made in on anything. So my guess is that Node 8 is going to ship with V8 5.7. There's a possibility that 5.8 could be added, but given that it removes the old JSON debug protocol, it's going to be a fairly hairy change to get it in. So my guess is Node 8 is 5.7.
So we're looking at your feature set for 5.9 is locked down. There's no way this would go into like 5.9. Right?
Well, it's not even close to being done, right?
Right. Okay. So
is this dependent on something in V8 though?
No, it's dependent. It doesn't have any specific.
Two APIs has to.
So those APIs are not dependent on anything else.
Right.
We just have to go do them.
Realistically, with that, it probably 10 would be the earliest that we could hope to get it in.
That sounds more realistic.
Can we put the API stub in so it exists and then we fill it later?
Yeah, well, I'm hesitant to say yes to that because we haven't built it yet. So, well, you can always sort of that's a somewhere minor addition to add it back to Node 8, right? So if you wanted to add the stuff, so so it depends on the motivation of why we want to add that API step. We are not sure if that's precisely what we need.
One of the main motivators there is the migration of native code is continuing, and folks are would love a easier path forward when they're migrating code from especially pre NaN code, looking at that and trying to redevelop everything for NaN versus can I wait some amount of time and plug into this brave new world. But
so how much, I know you still got to build it, so it's a speculative question, but how much mechanism do you expect to actually change in V8? Is it something that we would be able to backport to Node 8 and Node 6 once it does land in 10?
I don't think we'll be able to backport it to Node 6.
So there's also two parts to this, right? There's the API that is needed in V8, and there's also like how do you project these types? Like how do you define these types? I suspect that the type definition stuff could probably happen sooner, and that seems more realistic in terms of landing in Node 9, because what that allows you to do is for the migration store, you could have these types, like you define the type metadata and you compile and you build like static libraries which you call into NAPI, and then projection lands, well, it just automatically works.
Yeah, and because if we followed up with the approach of being able to statically compile the NAPI definitions and just kind of take an incremental approach, that might allow people to start working with the basic idea and give a bridge. So yeah,
nice.
Yeah, that might be feasible, and we've also been thinking about whether there might be a way to sort of have a backend to this that builds on top of something like DynCall. So that basically, if we can build the interface, the type interface, then plug in that backend to allow FFI calls. So I think that might be possible. So there might be a plausible path to get it working for older Node versions.
So definitely not 8. The earliest for the FFI, as described here, the earliest would be 10, Node 10, with hopefully incremental steps between now and then. Okay. We have it's 8 minutes to 10:30. We have a break scheduled for about 15 minutes. Do we have any more questions or?
Yeah, I do. Can we get this work out in a collaborative go forward workspace? Does it make any sense to participate with broader access? So there are two of you, and you have the bandwidth that you have, and that there are other folks here that could potentially help out, and I know I have folks that are engaged at the V8 level and would enjoy the opportunity to get to know the emerging lower level APIs in V8. Can we get this into an open source project and start working at that level?
So I think the first step toward building this, after kind of talking with the V8 team, there needs to be a new linkage in V8 for making these kinds of calls that plays nicely with the garbage collector. And this is I think the work. If there are people who are interested in contributing, we can. Maybe Ali can speak to it, but like I think the design of the linkage is something that the V8 team cares very deeply about, and I think.
Yeah. So the way I would put it is that I think there's two parts of the collaboration, and that was pointed out that especially the how to deal with types, and that actually depends a lot on what people's expectations are, and sort of that aspect is actually very much open for collaboration already. I mean, it's going to be very useful for building this to actually get that input, right? Instead of guessing ourselves. So that part I think we can certainly see collaboration on. But the VM part I think might need to mature until we have a really good idea. Like, this is precisely it's going to work. So that might not be very a very meaningful collaboration at this point. But the type definition part would probably be.
Okay, great. I'm keen to see this, find its way into the platform. Anything we can do to accelerate that.
Any other questions, comments? Cool. Thank you. Excellent stuff. Looking forward to being able to play with it. We have a 15-minute break scheduled. Again, there's coffee and stretch your legs. We'll come when we come back. We'll see where we're at with Nappy. Okay.
I kind of want to understand what the
Go faster. Just go faster.
separated and
Yeah.
You go away. Last night,
Get the executive in the room.
Get last night where. Yeah, that's
It's almost. What I'm hearing is it's done, Colin. Right? Like, so let's ship this.
It's done. Can I see the it's funny. When there are those
So there's a whole
little things in servers that you need to of the library installed, and then you wait a second, we build it with.
I think the idea here is just that, like right now they have.
It's red,
Right.
Then the thing is a slightly different version. It's not compiling anymore.
Right.
It just gives all the, and then you need
One well-known signature, and their linkage is designed around that to be the same, and it is not. Well, for calling.
Go.
Arbitrary functions that are not related or whatnot, they don't have to be at runtime.
That's a really messy. Like we've tried as much as a platform to separate those.
What I'm saying is this is happening.
It's totally happening.
So
but what I'm saying is, is there
To generalize the mechanism.
a necessity
You're not making all
you because
it was one of those things where we had, like the thing we had works, but they didn't want to land it.
I think it makes sense, package manager. Like some libraries come from Radius, some come from the depth. And no way we can ship the source code of those libraries from NPM.
unrelated but related question.
So we need to link with some already compiled libraries.
of course,
So you
right, and we don't have a mechanism now for distributing native.
To actually, so in order to do that, you need to compile for each system. So that's where something like this
Child
makes
process.
sense.
Hey!
So I've been flying on and off from New York all the time in the last few months, and I was never able to arrange meetings. Flying somewhere else all the time. It has been. We were in New York those last 2 days. So
String to a car star.
One plus React takes over the world. That's what.
I guess you could describe it as a soft
So the
That's the word I'm looking for. Like
catchy words. But it doesn't. I haven't done.
I really
You can't spawn a child.
Mike Pence has the bill somewhere.
Are you going to be around? Just like
So in the current version, I can hire.
No, in
Yes, sorry. Yes.
because we got Joe ticket too. I don't know if you saw
Great.
it.
Great.
I think
Um,
they're talking about it.
Oh, no.
And they
Joe
the production.
okay. I had mentioned Joe Doyle.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me double check. If it's there, otherwise, he'll probably get Joe McCann's ticket anyway. So, right. So if it's an easy thing, easy stuff. If it's a hard ass, don't. We'll figure it out.
I technically maybe had one
Yeah.
ticket left, but it's also sold out. So it won't be a thing for me to ask. As well as someone that
That'd be awesome. Yeah, and I'll be.
How you doing? Yeah, you too. It's been quite a long time.
I'm not that long.
Yeah, it seems like a long time. Yeah, I mean, somebody is. I don't know if you met Samson.
I love this thing though.
I was working on the Griffin show. That's true, yeah. We got a little Toronto. Oh, that's true. I used to work in the lab in Toronto as well. With J9T.
Battery down. But on a flight. I never had to plug it in at all. With our flight without having to use
I see a lot of I see the activity.
Yeah, sure does that on Friday.
Oh, really? Okay. So you get those. You know how to the.
Oh, that's interesting. They said Ali. Well, he was great. We'll take his brother. Probably didn't even have to interview.
Don't tell him. I wasn't surprised. Well, not the one
Bug team.
I like using my own story.
It does have.
Right. Okay.
Doing a map right there. So coming for most of my Walmart laptops, but they and the Thunderbolt downloader, they never asked for that.
Wow.
No, I'm
Okay.
So this issue is actually already solved.
shocked. Well, Nappy is an old problem, so we're trying to.
Yeah, I know. Well, like we knew that, but fancy stuff.
You're crossing the JavaScript API many times. So in order to like make the call, like if you need to like create a buffer, you're going to create the buffer, get it out. You're going to go populate the buffer, get it out. You're going to call the function.
Tried. They would have said no. Sorry, you can't do that.
Hungry at least once per and for non-primitives it doesn't. So you're also
Yeah, sure. It was pretty fuzzy, like.
We don't have so many.
So like right now they have this like a structure and a buffer.
I know. I know. It's like
Existing code, then it's to wrap it without having structure.
in JavaScript, and every one of those operations goes across the board. And if you did all that once, it
Yeah, I mean, this is
Exactly, like if it's just trying to
power-wise.
yes.
then FSI can give you
So I think severally on the staff.
Every single operation.
It's a general condition of life.
I thought I did some the day that I switched to Linux, and
well, yeah, so you guys were already just exploring that speed.
my youngest son, it was the week he was born. I'm gonna take this time and just learn, Linux, and that was like the last.
Yeah, so but then why would you? Yeah, if you're gonna do that, maybe FSI
Tries to avoid
Yes, I'm funding.
like it avoids doing dynamic dispatch on our
Yeah,
Sure.
there's a lot of work.
Okay.
So I was like, yeah, let me give this a whirl.
How big is this campus? It's
like it lets
Yes.
you like statically compile.
Yeah, it's really nice seeing.
with touch bar and.
I see the building number at 8.
Oh, I don't, they're not consecutively numbered. I'm in building 90 now.
What are you doing? So they're right. So if I installed Node, if I installed, just trying it out.
1035
I think we're around 40,000 or something full-time engineers up here.
Yeah, okay, 40,000. That's fine. And this is the major.
This is the major. I mean, they have
right.
bunch of major campuses.
Right. Last time I was here, I was like 50.
Sitting there, I kept like missed time. I just remember the boat cruise they put us on that went past. You know, there's Bill Gates' residence on the water.
So I think we finally retired that day.
Yeah, okay.
They were like, we can't, what can you do?
Yeah,
Or probably like it's so long, but it's just this remember it's like a long sort of boat cruise, and there's this resident.
It doesn't fundamentally like it doesn't make all of your problems go away.
I think it was like some sort of.
Or you can solve it.
Go into the Seattle docks and see the Space Needle lit up.
Yeah, yeah.
I fell in love with it. So like, oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, there's still some out there. I need a bit of refreshment for the second.
And we can provide convenience for some of those operations in that module. We can I would say like we can always give you There actually aren't that many animals that
Get enough in the airport.
Depending on the rest of the things,
So at least we.
certain application might not be. Right. Because some of the features.
Try and go to sleep.
We're doing the red eye. Actually, I find that better. It's like
I use it for notes.
for hours. Like, okay, it's 4 o'clock, I'm probably okay. Otherwise, you'd be like home at 11, 12 o'clock at night. And,
My wife likes it. So she'll draw and color and stuff on it with that, but that's about it. She also uses handwriting. I think school psychologist, she goes into classrooms and does observations of students. So she brings a tablet and writes on it. This app, Nevo, will do handwriting 2-second conversions automatically. So she doesn't have to type notes out. There's lots of errors. Her handwriting is pretty. But it works. Saves her 4 hours a day.
Now I'm not going to break cursive.
Yeah,
but even before like,
yeah, but yeah, I mean, even my band
something that I haven't thought about it, and I think having input on that from whatever design, like the type system that now.
how do you get out right?
Can be done.
I think in the interim you might need like a level down dash, like
Food and VMs are
pulled up, right? Like
multiple colors and
like a native type system for JavaScript.
it folds over like this.
Yes.
yeah.
But back into the static compiler of the time.
Yeah, everybody's trying to have their own working scheme or.
Other than newer Mac.
And how do people discover that, okay, there are these many Navi events?
And then we have seen this several
Hours. The base has most of the batteries. Yeah. But it's only an okay tablet. Windows 10 is not a.
So that's a great thing to add in. Like, maybe not in
And I can use it to take notes. But when I actually want to do anything.
Probably not a good idea. Because that's when I was thinking through it, like,
It's got the i7 16 gig of
When it's using the object, associate naming text.
I got the VM running. I got 2 cores dedicated to it.
So like your native phone.
right, like, yeah, I could be, like, that might be it, like, I have something better in terms of their,
I have a Windows machine.
You can retrieve code. You have to functionally take an arbitrary pointer. When you pass it in, you can say here's that happy branch. Right.
I'm really happy about it.
So right now it's points. There's no start, there's no text. If you call a function, it takes a y star.
So you test, yeah, you do like the finger scroll thing.
Yeah, okay.
This way.
And is it like, I mean, your chicken scratch is kind of chicken scratchy like mine. Like, it doesn't.
It doesn't smooth, but it does recognize.
Link to that.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Right. But yeah, for me, I don't take advantage of that.
Okay, right on. Right.
My wife has a Surface Pro tablet.
Yeah, it was up to like 16. 16? Yeah.
No, I came here.
I didn't necessarily expect this happens like that. There are other ones. I just gotta
Flying out on Sunday.
He mentioned the
That's my life.
What are the three cities?
it's open or no.
Yes.
It's mid-December.
I'm seriously considering it as a I mean, there's no Eight months, year in, extraordinarily underpowered. And battery approaching disposable status. That stuff is really exciting.
Literally.
So I have one MacBook sitting at home. I actually need to dispose of it. The battery started to expand in the bottom. So that one hasn't been turned on in a while. But this thing, yes, January, it holds up. If you're watching, you can watch a video. You're not doing anything else. You can watch a video on it nonstop for 6 hours. When it comes up and starts telling me to,
I'm a EA for Node.js.
So it's excellent. Yeah, you guys. It'll charge in an hour and a half. Mouse and keyboard tab. If it's just the monitor, so there's a set of batteries in the monitor and the bigger batteries in the bay.
Very competitive. Some just the ones you really wish were like big. You want that half price
I'm just hacking you because it's like it needs to support 3 paradox intenses.
So last time we came up with another demo. Okay. The touch screen and the writing is super responsive. Okay, sounds good. There's some games that I play on it. You know, it's not a great gaming machine, but it works. Yeah, it's the best Windows device I've ever had.
Windows has the that's probably
Yeah, for LTS, everybody can step in. I definitely recommend it. I need to get more into the correct. It's not.
You want to believe that, but I think you'd be surprised how many people are just using the SP7 introduction. It's just going.
Not even like that. We have. I know it's more work, but it's not
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. It's time for the nappy. So whoever's gonna be doing the nappy presentation.
You know, even if you talk, you will be able to.
Yeah, I just didn't want to steal the view from you. That's
Or you want to come?
Yeah, I'll come over.
on that side.
Then you have a constructed for X or constructed for Y.
that way it doesn't flip back and forth. If I have something to say.
You'll have a ton of things to say. So I have posted this.
And then you can amend this.
Yeah, if you post the link, that's good.
You need this.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we still connected?
Should be. I never turned it off.
Okay.
The video ended because the computer went to
still working.
Somebody's computer went to sleep?
maybe just
Okay. So for those joining us, we're going to get started again. Next topic will be an update on the NAPI or the Node API.
Yeah, by the way, we're calling it N API, which is more cooler.
N API.
Nappy has like some dirty undertones too.
Yeah.
This API is certainly not dirty.
N can stand for
N API.
many different things. That's some of our Netscape API.
How do I do this?
N.
Right, and for N different things.
N different things, yeah. All right. So, yeah, thanks for the great FFI presentation. I think the earlier conversation covered a lot of native module use case scenarios, so I'm not going to repeat all those here. I mean, we're trying to solve the same problem. My presentation would be mostly about very tactical progress update and what's the completeness level of this work. And we have some proposals and discussion that we want to have as well. And the next steps. What is it?
Do you want to share this step 2?
I posted the link. So the goals were that we want to create an API stable API surface for Node.js native modules. And also, we want to make sure that other Node VMs who were wanting to participate, they can implement these APIs as well. Here's the core team which worked on this. It's been almost a year since we started discussing this last year down in California. And we have like a lot of community conversation around as well. This is quite open in this regard. So we have people from V8 as well chiming in. So today the update we have is that NAPI support is available for Node.js Node 8x master. We have ported it back to 6s LTS as well. And Node Checker Core. And Node Interactive last year, we also showed a port to Node 10 and 12. So the proof of concept is there for all the versions available. But for this time, we have focused on just the latest N-1 and Checker Core. And we have got some feedback from Francesca and other people on the V8 team as well, and Chakra 4 team has been pretty much involved as well. We have converted these modules. Node.js, which is one of the most dependent on native module, we have converted that to use this API. Canvas, this was called out by met at Austin that it could be tricky. We looked at it, and we were able to convert it. So that's another big win. Level down, nano message. This has been kind of working for about 6 months now. IoT is. Did we finish that on the plane?
Tests were green.
Okay. So IoT is also almost there. So this is what. So after the Node interactive meeting, some things that we have done is error handling. So this is the shape of our APIs. It's a status code based API. If nappy status is 0, everything is good. If non-zero if it's 0, everything is good, and you get the result back with a pointer. If it's non-zero, then you can get it to a get lasso type of call. And then we have APIs for exception handling as well.
And around the exception handling, so the status either returns like an error code that's specific to the failure, or if it was an exception was thrown and no other error happened, you would get an error that tells you there's an exception pending. If there was an error and an exception, then you would need to look at the error code, figure out, but you may also need to call, like, is there also an exception pending, because we bundled it into a single return code. And I guess the other thing, when you look at it, you might notice that we return the status as the return from the function itself. And then what that means is the parameters have to be returned as like in-out parameters, which does have, when you start to write the code, it has some issues, but, we settled on this because it seemed like, being able to get that return status code was sort of consistent with the way a lot of APIs are done in the C side of things. The exception handling is, basically is a little bit of a departure from the standard V8 exception handling, in that it kind of converts it into, behind the scenes in our V8 implementation, we catch those exceptions and we convert it into an API where you can ask, is it pending? If it is pending, you can get it. You can either decide that you're going to handle it, or you can return, and basically when you get back to JavaScript, you're going to get the exception popping at that point. And you can also just throw exceptions. So that's why we're showing here, it's kind of like the style of the methods, how you're going to get your major status code, how you're going to get your result values, and then the methods you have to deal with exceptions as well. Yep. So for the usability of these APIs, we have the flat C style APIs are kind of the default. And we have an optional C++ wrapper, which kind of makes it nice and simple. This is how the API shape, API looks like. Some I don't know if it was a pseudocode or it was part of nanomessage code, but you can see the C style APIs look verbose. And the C++ wrapper, it might seem that it doesn't handle the error cases, but the wrapper itself has built-in error handling. The other thing I'd mention here is that the wrapper is not part of NAPI itself. So NAPI is restricted to the flat style C API. The C++ wrapper is something we're working on to make porting easier, but it's intended to be like a separate NPM. What we'd like to see to go into Node Core would not include that. Yeah. It'll be available hopefully to make the porting things easier. It just inlines the calls to the flat style C API. So as long as the flat style C API stays consistent, that C++ wrapper, if you built your module with that, everything's in line to continue to work.
Yeah.
But it can sort of evolve on its own. People could come up with other alternates if they want to. But we are working on that one to help in the overall porting effort.
Yep. So this is one of the slides we want to kind of show. So this data we have looked into top 30 dependent on native modules, and we kind of categorized it into three categories: the heavily used APIs, moderately used APIs, and lightly used. The heavily used APIs are used in 5 or more native modules in the top 30. Moderately used are used in more than 1 but less than 5. And lightly used APIs are only used by 1 module in the top 30. So if you look at so there were 195 V8 APIs used in these 30 modules. And today we have 140 out of those 195. We have NAPI equivalent existing today. The ported modules, we have exercised 83 out of them. And if you look at the breakdown, we have 100% coverage on the heavily used APIs. We have a good coverage on moderately used APIs as well. The lightly used APIs shows a broad difference, but the top gray part, that's a lot of V8 isolate APIs that we don't intend to cover for NAPI, and we'll discuss that more. But these are the APIs that we don't have NAPI equivalent for, and the ones that are marked in gray, we don't currently have plans to have NAPI equivalent for that.
And really, that most of those isolate calls came from one module, which was, do you guys remember the name?
Deasync.
Deasync, which was doing something which seemed really tightly bound to the VM. It was like trying to let you call asynchronous.
It was turning async calls into synchronous calls. So
we don't think that most of those isolate things really should be exposed. Some of there might be a couple of the isolate calls which are heavily used, but only because you require the isolate to make calls, and in NAPI you're not going to need that. So that's why, when you factor those out, the coverage is pretty good. And a lot of them, if you look at is Boolean object, is date, those seem very straightforward to add in. So we should be able to increase that coverage without very much work at all.
Yeah. So I have some demo. Let's see if that works here. So the first demo I'm going to show is it uses level down. It was actually shown in a Node Interactive as well. I want to just show it to this group as well. So I'm using NVS as a Node version switcher. I have installed the 3 NAPI Node versions: the Node 6, Node 8, and Node Chakra Core. So I'll start with Node 6, and I have installed the NAPI version of Level Down. So I'll run this app. So this app actually just opens up a HTTP server. If you look at this, it is showing that the Node version 6 is running with NAPI. And what it does is, reads and writes to a level down database. It currently has read 3 entries. So let's add another entry. We said we added at 10:57 using 6.2. And then let's just kill this part and do NVS and switch to Node version 8. And if we do this again, we see that now it is using Node 8, and it has read the version, the entry from the older version. You can add another entry, 10:57 again with version 8, and let's kill this.
So basically, there we changed the version of Node, but didn't recompile the module.
Yeah.
Just used the same existing.
So Node, now this is running Node Chakra Core. So you'll see the version Node Chakra Core without any recompile. It read the database. It added again, and things are working. So this is one API. One, level down has a pretty significant API surface that we were able to port. And I'm going to show you a Canvas demo that was useful as well. So again, I've installed Canvas with the ABI stable, the NAPI compliant Canvas, and I'm going to show the same thing again, with different Node versions. It's supposed to run. So what is the thing? Node module, Canvas test server.js. Okay. So this is the Canvas API. So here is a Canvas test that we are running. It compares the Node Canvas rendering versus the browser Canvas rendering, as using Chakra Core, and it works. Well, these errors are just fonts are not available. It's not a huge deal. NBS, let's use Node version 8. We go here and we go here and then run again. Node version 8 have the same, it runs fine. You didn't have to recompile or reinstall the module. We do NVS, do this again. Get the idea. Have to.
Is Canvas one of those cases where we have the weird, local file system linking, or does that is that all bundled up and distributed in the native code?
Canvas expert.
What you're referring to?
I think he meant, does Canvas come with the OS, or is it that when you install the module, Canvas comes with all the native code that it needs?
It has some external dependencies on GTK and libjpeg that you have to install separately.
Yeah, but once you install the Node module itself with the same dependency, it just works.
That's great.
Cool. All right, so that was the demo part. Let's talk about some fun stuff.
We have for people who are listening at home, they can get the demo.
Yeah, people who are listening to this online, they can go here and check out the demo yourself. And the link to that presentation is also on that VM repo. So here's some fun part. We looked at perf. We're very curious about how this whole thing impacts perf. So Node SAS has a benchmark. So don't look at, it doesn't matter, like looking at the whole, these were just multiple runs of the benchmark. The average time to run the Node SAS benchmark is at the bottom. So the first column is showing the benchmark ran using the NAN version, and the second column is using the NAPI version, and the difference in the perf delta is 1.9%. So, this seems reasonable. This was actually ported using the C-style API, so, that we believe would be the most performant. For level down, again, we ran a benchmark that shows a perf delta of around 5%. That benchmark has 1 million entries. The database size is 110 megs.
And I guess we haven't done a lot of performance optimization yet.
So we have not even done anything.
We basically run and measured, and then
we just ported the thing and we ran. So with NanoMessage, this was also ported using C-style APIs. The latency delta is roughly 8%. The rest of the other benchmarks show negligible.
This one was kind of interesting because when we first did it, the latency was like 30%. And so we delved into, look at what was going on. We saw that like the GC, we'd end up with like a heap that was quite big. sort of narrowed down some issue, an issue. Still looking at it a bit, but by fixing that, we could get back to 7%, 8%. So that's kind of like some of the work we see going forward. Is like as we get more experience using the API, we may find places that we can then optimize and improve.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but people watching the stream are not able to see your screen right now.
Maybe just like the link is in the issue to the presentation.
To the presentation?
And maybe you could just call out which page you're on when we switch.
Yeah, that'd probably help.
Best, because I don't know what we can do with the screens.
Okay.
It's in the notes too, if anyone's following along there.
Okay. So we looked at perf for Canvas. And this is not something super great. This was ported using the C++ wrapper. The way to read this is that if you look at the benchmarks that are very chatty, so if you look at 13 million operations per second, those benchmarks are super slow. But if you look at the ones which are not chatty, like 33 base operations per second, they have absolutely no perf impact. So it's something we're still looking at.
And to be clear, when Arnesh says chatty, he means chatty in terms of how much they interact with the V8 API.
Yeah, I mean.
So if most of the benchmark is just overhead with interaction with the API, we're seeing a regression because the benchmark is not really doing anything useful in itself. It's just mostly marshalling. That's where we're seeing regressions. Otherwise, the overhead is about the same.
Yeah.
But we believe there's some work we can do to optimize.
Yeah, we haven't spent time to really optimize it. It's also the first time we're using the C++ wrapper, so we do think this is possibly one of the ones where it's not as good a fit. Like if you got a really chatty overhead, really chatty thing where you do very, very little in your calls, then the overhead's going to be significant. But we have more work to figure out if that's really the case. I did note in the demo, it didn't look like the page took significantly longer to paint. So whether it actually matters in a real life situation is the other thing we've got to figure out and look at. So
I mean, the benchmarks could be like extreme benchmarks. So
yeah, so more work to figure that out. But this is the one that is probably the standout from the others.
Yeah. So thoughts on the performance so far as we haven't done anything on performance. Just generally, we have the expectation around performance for broader use case scenario is like where people are doing a call across the boundary and the native code takes some time to do their work and there's not a lot of back and forth across the boundary. We should have an expectation around 0 to 10%. But if there's a ton of boundary crossing, then we will have issues.
I think that that's the expectation we've kind of had. Like that range is probably going to be acceptable. It may not be 0. Some cases we've seen it's pretty low, and the measurements we've taken of other than the Canvas one, where may just be another not the case where you would want to use it, or we I just haven't figured out what's going on there yet. All the rest of them are within that sort of expected range, is confirming that that's probably where it's going to be, and that's going to be okay.
Yeah, it's a good trade-off. You get the portability, you lose some performance. If you really need that high performance, you're going to sacrifice your portability.
Exactly. We always think there'll be some proportion of the module developers who are going to say, no, I don't need to have the ease of use. I need the absolute performance, and in which case, you're going to have to go directly to the APIs to get that.
Yeah.
Right, and at the original summit, we identified that as a case that we were not going to
that wasn't exactly
block people from being able
to
pave the cow path and make it easy for everybody. But if you want to go do your own thing,
it won't prevent you.
Shut you down.
Yeah. So we're just trying to reinforce that that's still sort of our expectation, and the data we have on most of the modules kind of fit in with that.
Great. Exciting.
So some of the work items that are still remaining. Certainly, we talked about performance tuning. No work has been done. I mean, very little work has been done.
Measuring it, so I think that's a good first step.
Yeah, so we have done the measuring part. You have to go understand what the issues are and hopefully try to improve the API surface. We want to increase the API coverage. From the chart you saw, we have some gaps. We certainly want to complete that. We don't have test coverage today.
We have
good test.
Yeah, not enough.
Not enough. Want to do the CI integration?
So we've started on that. We have a job which will run on Linux x86. Actually, I think it's across more Linuxes. Like it'll do Linux. I think I actually turned on AIX just as one of the more outlying ones. We still need to be working those in Mac OS and then stitch those all together. But at least we have the one that we can now run.
Have you looked into getting a system configuration where you can run?
Yeah, so I'm trying to remember exactly. What we have now is more that we want to recompile Node because we want to validate changes to the API, which is bundled into Node itself. Once we have that, then yeah, clearly another step would be, okay, use the maybe the last nightly, especially once we land it, the last nightly version that's built with the ABS Stable Module API, and then run against these modules that we forwarded together. So the answer is no, but that would be our sort of next step after we've only got that very first basic job. We need to round that out, and then we'll move on to that.
Yeah. So another thing we have started thinking about is an API version management, like how we will evolve this API and how do we. We have a slide coming up.
Yeah, talk about
so
that.
we'll talk about that. Documentation support, how we want to deal with that. We need to figure that out as well. And we think about creating an automation tool that could automatically convert from NAND to an API, just for kind of ease of conversion on migration.
Or I think at least an assist, right? Like there's a whole bunch in converting them. There's a bunch of stuff which is basically, you could just think of a template, replace this with that. If we had a tool that at least did that.
At least give you the 30-80% as a starter template to go out and fill that out.
And we did that with NAN too, and that helped. Sorry, NAN version 2 number, and that helped a lot in getting folks to migrate over.
Yeah, so we think about doing that as well. So the one thing last time when we met at Austin, we talked about this being experimental behind a build flag, but ever since we have come back and looked at it more, we have kind of evolved our thinking that this being behind a build flag could create significant barrier to adoption, because people will have to build this and have a whole bunch of hoops to go through. So what we recommend is that it is compiled in by default without any build flags, and could be gated by a command line option or things of that nature. We have also I can actually show you the code.
Yeah, like this slide on the integration with Node Core itself is very small. So that piece on the side, and I guess you're going to show a better picture of that, it's very minor. So that's why we think there's not much of an impact to just saying, yeah, it's compiled in by default. The only thing around whether you might want to gate it with like a command line flag is that NAPI modules currently accept the version of -1. And I mean, it's our way of saying we don't care what the version is, it's going to continue to run. We'll have to do something better there. And so if you had a module that was incorrectly constructed or, and it put -1, we might, not having it under the build flag might let you load that. So you could say, well, I only want to accept something with a -1 if I've turned it on. We've sort of gone both back and forth. It's like, we're not sure we really need that. But if people are uncomfortable with that issue, we could put a build flag. We could put a command line flag that would let you turn it on. The really key thing is we want to have it there so you can get the nightly binaries, you can get the releases and use it without having to rebuild it yourself, because that takes work.
And if the module is not a NAPI module, the code doesn't get engaged at all.
Right. Yeah.
So, and the other thing is like some of the headers and stuff like that. If it's if you have to build it yourself, it makes it harder to do npm installs and the whole thing. So having it there by default really will let us, we hope, get more of the community involved in validating it. And under an experimental flag, like unless you write a module that is a module and then use it, shouldn't have any effect on you. And
it'll give us a greater incentive to optimize. When we can get it, with more modules being.
Yeah,
modules, right?
But this is the change. It's really kind of.
Are you going to have a version module, so it's not one version? Because
I think we are going to need that. Like currently we don't have that, but I think we will need that in terms of as we grow the API, you're going to want to be able to know which version you're running with. And you have a slide to discuss
So
that.
that's leads into this API evolution. So I think we want to have a discussion to understand what is the general consensus around how do we want to evolve which option. So the forward compatibility mode is where a module is compiled with an older version, continues to work in a newer version. The modules that are taking dependency on newer APIs on newer version, they don't work on the older version. Some of the considerations there is, the modules can do conditional source compilation, or we can choose to have API stubs backported just to provide the API, stable guarantee.
Yeah, like this one. This is the one we've been working with. Like we're saying forward compatibility only. The concern is that does it make it hard to adopt new API? We have to add a new method to the API. Does it make it too hard to adopt those? Because if you have a module and you want it to compile against, support forward, you're going to have to compile against, say, Node 6. But Node 6 doesn't have the method there. You can't link against it. And if you compile with 8, well, you're going to get, because it's statically linked, you're going to get an error. It's just not going to work. And we can mitigate that to some extent. For example, we could have some methods that let you tell what version you're running. And then if you backport stubs, at least if you get the latest version 6, it has a stub which you could compile in and say, well, I'm not going to use the stub because I'm going to have some code that at runtime checks that. And so we can kind of address the problem of, you can't use new APIs unless you've moved your base up to a newer version. And so
be an asserting stub.
Yeah, it should be an asserting stub because it doesn't do anything. So you should not call it, and you would have to make sure your code says which version of NAPI is supported. Oh, it's not the version, so I've got to work around and use other code.
Alternatively, you can imagine a model like what Calm does, where it has not impl, so it just says this method that you're calling is not implemented, and the module needs to be resilient to.
Yeah, we can have like a NAPI status.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah.
I have, in general, regarding the evolution strategy and how we move this port NAPI to the previous LTS releases. I just want to point out that a lot of real world, a lot of deployments, even if we want them to run on the latest stable version of the LTS releases, they do not. Okay, so
you think they're on 660 instead of 690?
610, 620, 630. Okay, and there is a lot of before saying so. The moment we want to run in distribute this widely in the community, if we ship it with enabled in Node 8, we are gaining a little bit, maybe some time for on the release cycle, so that because in order for this to be available, the preferred option for module authors, we will need to have this as to be supported from the .0.0 line of some LTS releases. So
yeah, we are planning to ask the backport to 6.
Yeah, but
I understand. I don't think it's going to be a reasonably long timeline to get people to move over.
Yeah, so this again, this is the main. So to some extent, the forward and backward compatibility discussion. It's we need to see if there is a way to be able to export an NAPI in some form that even if it runs, there's a fallback or whatever. that even if you run on a very older version of before or whatever, it can still be compiled. Because if that is the case, if we can deliver that even with an npm module, like in similar way that NAND doesn't, okay? But if I can target the full spectrum, okay, without recompiling in a fully backward compatible way, that can help a lot migrating the ecosystem. I know I'm probably jumping one step further, but it's so yeah, for me, like forward compatibility, it's the way to go. But that's a complete.
Would it be possible? I mean, yeah, ideally, it's all compiled into Node. Or have a native module out on npm that is basically that compatibility layer.
So older meaning like older than 6?
Yeah.
The one piece that we were showing you is the thing that actually loads the modules.
Right.
That piece needs to be able to, the API bridge is different. So that piece is actually in. Now we could look at whether we can do a translation module or something like that. That's not necessarily impossible. We certainly have had, like in our experimentation, we've had some methods which let us convert back and forth between V8 and NAPI. So we could think about that we could basically use something equivalent, like the call to the module is made as non-NAPI, and then in that wrapper or something we can
possibly applying those NAPI methods and everything module, right? The method table in the module.
Right, in the module itself. That's kind of what,
that is the option 2 we're talking about here.
We'll have a little bit of overhead.
Yeah, I mean the overhead, is the runtime API version checking, and there's an extra level of indirection. We are not sure whether how much is the perf impact on that.
Yeah, if we want to make it fully backward compatible, you got to go through a function set of function pointers. And we've stayed away of that. Mostly the discussion has been around the one extra level of indirection. And so we're been moving forward with forward compatibility. We thought we should at least talk here about those issues and make sure that's still the preferred choice, or should we look at the overhead and
So as far as backwards compatibility is concerned, there's a decision been made. I mean, there's not going to be breaking changes to the APIs. Once it's been compiled, it's going to keep working, right?
That's forward compatibility.
We're only going to deal with if a new API is added and we need to backport. That's the only consideration we're going to have to have.
Yeah, it's basically somebody has added a new, can you compile against 8 and expect it to work in 6?
Yeah.
And there may be other reasons why that's not going to work. If you've used things in Node that exist in 6 but don't exist, now if they're not within the API, there's probably not a guarantee anyway. But in the forward compatibility model, you got to compile your module with the oldest, and then that compiled module is going to run with any of the newer ones. And it's that trade-off of more overhead, more indirection versus a little bit less flexibility in terms
what are new things that can come in? I mean, we talk about new things for which we need to write an APIs, right? But those new things are generally, correct me if I'm wrong, they generally originate either from Node, like some new API for Node buffer, for example, or something like that, or they generate or they originate from the ECMA scripts spec itself. Like there's a new concept, a new global object type that the VM exposes because of the spec. But then the modules which already exist, they're not making use of that anyway. Right? So they're going to have to be recompiled because the module maintainers themselves will have to decide, ooh, this is super cool, I want to use that. But at that point, that doesn't touch us anymore anyway.
Right. The only thing is that the module owner does that and wants to have their module now support,
go back to before it was invented.
Right. Exactly. But it's sort of like the single binary case. It's okay, well, I want to take advantage of the new thing.
Is the simplification of distribution, right? Like you have just one binary that takes care of
everything. But the VM itself won't have that.
That's where the code stub, right, would let you.
Right. Okay. So we give the impression that it has it.
You can build something that will run, not use it in the older one, but in the newer one, actually take advantage of it.
would it be reasonable to say within a Semver major we need backward compatibility and we could do forward compatibility across majors? Meaning we should, yeah, so that people can always be using the latest within a major to compile and be guaranteed that it works with anyone in that major. But then if when we switch majors, then we might introduce new things.
We would break it out the gate if we introduce it midstream through 8.
Right.
How does this correlate to like the policy that Node has for the VM? Like, does Node ever grab a new version of V8 within a major such that it has new stuff?
Yep.
Only
if it's backward compatible.
Only if it doesn't break the ABI, right?
Yeah.
Like
Then
if it
again, the
adds
whole
things
point
that-
of this has been to keep it stable across majors. So
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, we don't want to come up with a, hey, we have a great way of not having to recompile your code. By the way, you have to recompile.
We solved it.
But I mean,
you just need to recompile it.
It's really strictly about like on the module, when you're building your modules, like if we add just a few small number and we can backport the stubs versus the, are we going to prevent people from you've got your compiled module will continue to work, or we can prevent people from using the new stuff. And does that matter?
well, it's not going to work anyway. It's just going to error out. So it's going to behave differently on old versions of Node because it's quite simply not there. And
it's more around can I build something that will do the right thing on those newer and older versions?
Again, having just a single binary.
If you are compiling on the latest version of Node, let's say in 2 years, we have more APIs on the NAPI side of things. Might be feasible to add some maybe option in the GIP file so that we target. So it is the information what to target it there. So even if I compile it with the latest version of Node, then I can say, well, it needs to run way back, and in case error at that point. Most of those problems are related to like letting people know,
right?
Okay, rather than an error early, so that maybe they just tell them not to use that API, and that's good. Okay, so it's like this is not a new concept. Like the Java word had it since forever probably. So they pick the compiler to some extent, target level of the compiler. I don't know. This is an idea.
Like a hash define that says this is NAPI version. Like I want to compile for NAPI version 1, in which case I will only get methods which are available.
So so in that way so I have it somewhere. Okay. Yep. So I know even if I compile on the latest one, I'm certain.
Right.
That
it'll pull just that in.
Because I don't know. I don't need to have runtime handling of this. Okay? Right. I just need compile time handling of this, and always be able to have forward compatibility. So that's a big deal. So if I compile for 8, it needs to run 9, 10.
Right. Yeah, that's a good. We definitely should do that so that you can define the level you want to compile again.
Yes. So that you compile it in with a Mac or something. That will probably be more than what's needed.
Just a quick time check. We got about 15 minutes for this.
Yeah, so I think so. It still looks like option 1 continues to be generally okay. We will continue to kind of work towards that, and if we have any roadblocks or any discussion we need, we'll let the community know about it.
It doesn't. It would be a big change in the sense that you'd have to change the calling code, but it doesn't change the shape of the methods and all that stuff. It just means you would call them through a function table as opposed to directly. So we'll continue with that way.
So what you're saying is that the backward compatibility is essentially a superset of forward compatibility?
Like you need all the exact same functions. It's really just the way you invoke them. So instead of doing a dynamic, if you got a function called create object, you're still gonna have a function called create object. Instead of calling that function by name, you would be like you'd have like m dereference create object, right? Mm-hmm. So it should be a mechanical. Like if we had to say, oh, we made a mistake, let's move to the other one. That should actually be a relatively mechanical replacement. It's, functions always get an M. It would be like, okay, now call them through the M. Add M dereference to the start of every function call.
Sorry if this has already been mentioned, but would backporting changes to the NAPI be like on the table as well?
What we talked about is backporting stubs so that you could potentially let people at least write their code. And so the extension of that is if we chose to, if it was important, we could backport. The thing is, to the comment earlier, it would require you to recompile your module against that latest 6. So, like as soon as you backport something to use that, you have to recompile
to be able to use
to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
In 10, we're backporting it to 8 and 6. That new API is associated with whatever the current version of an API is.
Yeah.
In the backport, we're bumping the NAPI version there as well. So we would have to, right?
We would have, but we'd have to do it in a way that it doesn't really support that version, right?
Right. Well, yeah.
Have a stub. Like actually, I'm not sure you would bump the version, but we might need to bump some. I think it'd be more in the compiling thing. Like you could now compile in a way that you can use these new methods. But you're gonna have to runtime check that you don't use them, right? Like you can have code that links against them, but then in runtime you have to say no, I am not using it.
What I'm thinking is because if we use the hash check, right? Out of this version, which I have that code, we're gonna have that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. There's still we'll have to figure out. Like I think there may be 2 numbers we have to use. There's what version do you really support, and what compilation level do you support?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just some details to work out.
Yeah.
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 All right. So the key next steps is that we are preparing to submit a PR for Node version 8 and Node version 6.9 LTS and Node Chakra Core after this lands in the master. We don't have any documentation yet, but hopefully we'll have some documentation before the PR is submitted. I'm not sure how much is the requirement for experimental thing, but we'll certainly take a look at that.
Yeah, I think we at least want some, which is like how to use
it, and
the API is
getting started guide type of thing. Right.
The API is documented in terms of functions are all there in the H file and stuff. But yeah, I think. And we will continue working on the module ports, more module ports to increase the API coverage. At least, we want to have a good coverage on the top 30 modules. So we want to continue doing that. And once this lands, we want to kind of evangelize and engage with native module developers and have them kind of start using it to help us identify gaps in the API itself, or design, or code and things like that. So that's our next step. Yeah, once the PR lands in it, we'd really want a sort of PR press to say, here, it's here, module owners, please, use it in anger, let us know, give us feedback, because now is the best time to do that.
Does that mean
we can get this whole group to help in that effort?
Are we going to be able to do that at Interactive?
Yeah, we're hoping it's in. Yeah,
we will probably do that. Before that.
Node Summit.
We can do that. Yeah, and talk about it in Node Interactive as well.
Yeah, I think Arunesh and I are planning to submit a talk on that.
Yeah.
And I think the PR we're hoping to get in the next couple weeks.
Yeah.
So we'll get the discussion if we can. As soon as we can get through that process of landing it, then we'll start the effort of publicizing and making the call.
If we get if you can get the PR opened in time, I can make sure it's at least talked about at NodeConf Barcelona and JSConf EU too. So
when is that?
NodeConf Barcelona is April 7th.
Yeah, I think we can do that before.
And the JSConf EU is May 6th and 7th.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we certainly will be able to. And I know the next item on the agenda, but we wanted to kind of lead into the conversation around the logistics of landing this. So I know that you are getting ready to cut for.
Yep. The timeline on that in 2 weeks, week after next, I'm going to cut the 8x master in preparation. The release is not going to be until towards the end of April.
Okay.
What that means is any Semver majors should be landed before then, but this is going to come in as a Semver minor, so we should be good. I wouldn't anticipate any problem. I'd prefer to get it in as one of the release candidates. So the process, as soon as I cut the branch, I'm going to cut a beta test release. And I'll do probably 2 of those, 3 if depending on what's going on. And then I'll start the release candidates, and I want to do at least 2 release candidates before the release.
Okay.
So ideally, this would land before that first release candidate.
So
not a lot of time.
You're cutting it in 2 weeks. So we will be submitting a PR to master with the hopes of landing it in master, and then porting it back to current.
Right.
Okay.
I was thinking about it in terms of like the runtime. A compile time flag, I think, is definitely something we should. I agree that we shouldn't go there. A runtime flag would be good. And at the same time, I'm thinking that we should have that, but we should also emit a warning that if you're using this thing and you actually we're going to get a process
Experimental.
warning.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This thing is highly experimental. Do not use this in production yet.
Yeah, so we have the flags. We just should add the warning.
Basically,
We show that warning, like if somebody loads.
If somebody
mods,
loads
that's-
one, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think we to get the flag going, but we don't have.
So do we show the warning on load, or do we show the warning?
First time one of them is loaded.
Okay.
Loaded, or even just when you if you add the command line. Like I think if you put the command line option on, you're showing an intent.
Yeah.
We just displayed it right up front there. It's like you're turning on an option.
Basically, node minus with an API modules, and then it starts, but show the warning and then it goes into the main.
Should the command line option be an opt-in or an opt-out?
That's
You get opt-in.
We don't want a warning to everybody. Yeah.
Opt-in until we are comfortable with it.
Yeah.
For my point, for these to be very valuable for the community, we need to be able to, if it's going well, to remove that option when 8 becomes LTS. Before 8 becomes LTS, because that's where we will get mass adoption.
Well, we keep in mind that the command line option, removing it is a Semver major.
Oh, okay.
Because if somebody uses a command line option that doesn't exist, it throws.
But you just look at the default.
Yeah, so the default.
Like, because we've already added the thing in the ABI stable node repo, but we have the default as on because we always want it on. We were figuring when we did the PR, we'll just flip that to be off.
And we'll get rid of the compile.
We wouldn't be able to switch that again till a new major version.
Yeah, like wouldn't changing.
So 8 LTS would not.
Will not have that.
It's Semver. I'd still, you could argue that it's Semver minor to add in.
But it'd be changing behavior of the runtime.
Well, but not really, because unless you use it,
Yeah, I mean, this is an
like
experimental.
you couldn't have been using it. It was off. So you're not changing the behavior of any existing modules, any existing code. You're just enabling some new code to actually run.
Well, actually,
But
I was going to say that by changing the behavior in which Node loads a module to now consider -1, that could be considered Semver major as well. Like, I don't want to pull out the cart.
But it's a plus.
If it doesn't impact any other existing code, then it would be considered.
Except malformed modules, presumably.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right.
So that's the only is that a sufficiently large impact to be considered Semver major? I mean, if you've copied your module to a USB stick and now it doesn't work or it behaves in a strange
way. Now, how likely is that?
Well, what do you mean by
corrupted? Like, if
yeah, what
if
is
it's
malform, right? It's a
broken-
-1, right? I mean, you at least have either a number.
Could we make that the default in 8 just for dealing with malform modules without the NAPI, and then when we flip the bit, it's not going to be.
But what is a malform module?
Well, one where a bit was split.
The difference
Yeah, so
is
the whole
you
thing
can have
is, you know,
No, but I'm saying like do it before we even. So that's the node default in 8. So then there wouldn't be a change in behavior.
very, very minor.
So, okay, so I want to make sure we get through this without breaking into a bunch.
Yeah. So the other thing was we talked about the PR2 8. We also want to do a PR2 6 LTS. So what's the logistic around that?
So typically, what we like to see is that before something gets pulled back and landed in an LTS, it has to sit in master and go through at least one current release cycle for a couple of weeks before.
Oh, so we have to release it with 8 before we submit a PR2.
That's typical what we've done before.
Okay.
We follow that path specifically because we don't want to, we need to watch for any regressions that
Yes.
pop up. We don't want to do that.
And we don't even have a PR for 8. Once it lands, it soaks there.
We
It should be backported to 7 almost automatically. Like,
okay.
now since it's minor, may take a little longer, but then it goes to 7, at which point it's soaked for a little bit. Then the next minor for LTS, we can fix.
We try to keep, and Miles, I mean, he can speak to this rather than anybody else, but we try to keep minor updates in LTS lines to a minimum, and we'll typically space those out longer and just do patch releases in the interim. Depending on how much of a priority this is, if we're sure that there are no regressions introduced, then we can potentially accelerate that. But in order to do that, we'd have to go to the LTS working group and potentially to the CTC to say, this is what we want to do. Do you agree? Make sure there are no objections. Definitely not out of the question, but we need to land it in 8 first.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
So what if there's an API change, a design change in the API, then we export that to 6?
So I mean, currently the thing is, looks like we'll have to wait and watch whether we have any kind of regression caused. But if we have a change in the API, then we'll have to go back.
I think while it's experimental, we would want to, my first take would be we want to make it consistent across both of them for sure, and hopefully we have a little more leeway under the Semver major and those kinds of things to say, well, look, it's an experimental feature.
So it's not a breaking change.
It's not a breaking change, so we can get it back there.
Assuming we keep it in experimental throughout 8's lifetime up until it becomes LTS, we're going to have to make a decision at that point what to do with it. But any breaking change that occurs, it doesn't even fall on the Semver scale. It's just treated as a Semver patch since it's an experimental feature.
That could actually even be an argument for keeping the flag. Because if we kept the flag while it was in LTS, we could treat it as experimental through the LTS process and then keep it more up to date. And that's similar to what we've done with like async hooks, for example. We're able to keep it more up to date. And on 4, it's just considered an experimental feature. It's not behind a flag, but we had a lot more leeway as far as like what we were able to do.
So yeah, I think, we want to leave the flag there until we're pretty comfortable that, we're not going to change the API. It may still happen, but, that's hopefully until that point, we can easily keep them both in sync.
The CTC and core members that are here, based on any of this, do you have any reservations or concerns about getting it into 8.0? No. Mateo, what do you think?
I don't have any reservations. The only 2 things that I think would be important would first is like if there's any unforeseen weird ecosystem stuff, we should all be like prepared for a revert. I don't think that will have to happen, but just like be aware of that. And then the second would just be, I think we should make some really clear outline of what potential Semver major changes would be introduced by flipping the switch if we want to remove the flag, and see if we can introduce any of those standalone before landing the flag so that we can make the flag switch non-Semver major.
Makes sense.
Right. So if we want to flip the default
Yeah.
Make that nonsense. Yeah, okay, we can have that discussion beforehand, like, would it be Semper Major to
Yeah.
change the default here?
So like particularly with like how corrupt modules are handled. Like if we change that behavior innate as the default, which is probably not a bad idea to do anyways if that's what we're going to be expecting to see in here.
Yeah, good idea. Yeah.
Okay, now I wouldn't, so I think what we'd like to do is go forward with the PR the way we have now, and then figure that out as part of the,
Yep.
Yeah, before 8 goes to LTS, let's figure out if we can, how we address that.
But we'd have to figure that out before 8 is cut, or the change itself would be Semper Major. But we can discuss this offline.
Experimental. Yeah, okay.
Where the Semper Major comes in is if there's any change to the existing behavior of Node, even if somebody does not use this stuff, the NAPI, if it changes the existing behavior of any existing modules,
which it doesn't,
that's where it would come in as Semper Major. So if there's change, we're passing in the -1 for the corrupted modules. That I think how it has to be a Semper Major change, because that impacts non-NAPI modules.
Yeah, it's like, I guess it's like something that would never have worked before.
Yeah, before it would have
fail in a different way.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah. Okay, let's have that. We'll have that discussion. It's questionable, but I agree we should just.
But that can just land as its own thing, and then it's just the behavior.
So if I may add a thing there, if we land it, it's a thing if we land it in a current release as Semver minor. It's a slightly different thing if we backport it as Semver minor to an LTS releases. So there is, given the number, the adoption rates, and so on, and like if it's a Semver minor on a current release, I'm personally less concerned. That's my. It's
yeah.
There is also that rule of do not land on LTS. That's
but if you look at the code that actually, like the code that will get run if you're not using it, it's very small. It's like an extra if in the module loading that says, you're checking, you're doing a version check. It's either this -1, you can actually accept the NAPI one, otherwise just go and do exactly what you did before. So the risk in terms of getting that wrong, now I'll knock on wood having said that, should be about as low as you can get, right? Now I know it'll blow up.
No, but seriously, I mean, the module would not only have to be corrupted; it will only behave differently if it's corrupted in a very specific way.
Right. Yeah.
So this is like, if this ever happens in the wild, then I'm playing the lottery because I will win for sure. Twice in a row, I will win for sure.
Yeah. So we'll just
Add that comment.
open a separate issue to have a full discussion of what the impact might be, and include in that if we want to make this flip the default later, would that be a Semper Major, or what flexibility, or what do we have to do now to make sure we have as little impact as possible?
What is the additional footprint? I mean, I can't imagine it's huge.
That I haven't.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't think we've measured that. There's there's one C file.
Yeah, one C file and 3 headers, I believe.
Yeah.
There's the main, the types, and the helpers.
Right? I can't imagine it being more.
The helpers, we're not talking about helpers in this.
Oh, so this Node API helpers.
No, that's completely outside.
That's outside.
Oh, so okay. So
very,
very small.
Guessing 100K, like a meg at the biggest.
Meg is
or not even
too
that. Even seems too crazy.
Yeah, meg is too much. It'll be like something very small.
You're talking about the source size or the binary size?
Binary size, like what we ship in.
Yeah, that's like.
We have people there especially for IoT. I mean, the fact that we already shipped ICU, we have ICU there, right? It already kind of blows our binary size up anyway. But there's some folks that are very concerned about that binary growing anymore. So we just need to make sure it's.
We can update you guys on that, comparing with the sizes.
I don't anticipate.
Just can't imagine.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a huge deal.
It would be really nice for next meeting if you include on your benchmarks also check on the memory, on the heap size and memory allocations and so on, because that's usually a very bad. That's usually a very important metric.
Yeah.
because if we have the garbage, the heap size that grows, or the garbage collector that behave differently, and so on.
That was our nano message experience. We saw the latency was 30% higher. When we delved in, it was GC behavior that, at the end the heap was twice as big.
Yeah, but having it when
In
we
the
go
benchmark.
public and we say to the go ahead, you can use this.
Right.
Okay.
And we have this full data behind it saying that's what we have measured.
Yeah,
that's
adding that into
It's more a message. You probably already have the numbers, so it's more a matter of sticking them in the column.
Well, we haven't looked at the numbers for the other ones, so we should.
Yeah.
Just because they haven't been they weren't out of whack, right?
But still,
I think you're right.
It's a very interesting metric.
And easy to measure.
It's easy to measure, and it's because if there is something that is not,
if that's off, it's gonna hurt.
It's probably can be tackled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as part of the performance investigation, we should be.
Because it's one. I've seen it a lot of the time. It's very easy, even just from the JavaScript point of view, to basically have the garbage collector not behave. So and usually the first contact you have with the garbage collector as a Node developer is with native modules. So there is usually the people that write native modules are garbage collector aware, and they tend to care a little bit on that specific. So having those numbers available help adoption. That's
Yep. Great. That's exciting.
All right, so just kind of recap. I'm seeing we got about 10 minutes to go. All right, so NAPI timeline, getting it into 8.0 as experimental, behind a runtime flag with a process warning. It would be a Semver minor with some bits we need to discuss to see if they're actually major or not. Hopefully getting that PR within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. If we can get it within 2 to 3 weeks, and then we get some good discussion on it, I'm hoping that we could get it into the first release candidate.
Yeah.
Might slip to the second release candidate. I'd rather not do that, but
all come down to how many people now jump in. It's been out in the open. Anybody who wanted to could have looked, but I know now will be the time where people say, I better really look.
They won't look at it. They will look at it now.
Right, they will look at it now, right? Exactly. I would say there's be lots of people, you're right, will be like, now's the time.
And in parallel with this, and we might want to make this part of the messaging. So when we're talking about the NAPI and blog post you're talking about, and some of that thing, let's also talk about the FFI investigation.
Yeah.
They're still working too. They're not mutually exclusive. This is something that can both happen.
Mm-hmm.
But the timeline there is hopefully by Node 10.
But do we want to put a timeline? I don't know if you guys will be comfortable with a timeline or.
For FFI, would you be comfortable giving an estimated timeline of we're going to try to do this by Node 10?
That's what we are hoping for, but we have to build it first.
Would you be comfortable? Then you would not be comfortable with any public messaging around this effort that would say that.
I'm personally not comfortable at this point to say that, but I would like it.
Okay.
So you said you should mention the FFI effort, but no timeline.
No timeline. Yeah. And stress that they're not mutually exclusive. It's not one or the other. It's both. Okay. Any other thoughts on timelines or getting into core or considerations here? And we have a whole afternoon to talk about other things like inspector and bugging stuff. And
Any changes or impact? I know we have Jip on the agenda for the afternoon. Anything that with this effort that is going to need to change in the toolchain? I know the toolchain kind of needs to change
anyway,
right?
We have all kinds
Fairly independent.
Okay.
But so I npm install an NAP module. What are the requirements there, and how do those change versus npm installing a non-NAN module now? Right.
Yeah, I don't think there's any changes. right? Like,
I think there is a requirement. One of the
They should
things
be
we need
bundled
to
right?
talk about in the afternoon is how are we going to do distribution and identification of an API module versus a NAND module. So, I mean, we can spend some time in the afternoon really thinking through this. We haven't done a ton of thinking on our own, but it'll be something, this group of people could chime in and
right. And this is a case where it's like in the transition time, we're going to make a call to say, hey, get out there and start porting your modules. But it's not like you could say my next Semver version, Semver Major supports NAP because it's still experimental. You don't want to do that yet. We still want people to be able to publish a version of their module that uses NAPI that people can try out. So,
and also there has to be some sort of tracking and discovery mechanism as well. Like, how are people publishing it for even experimental purposes, so that we are able to track, okay, these many modules have been converted and things of that nature.
It is a very, so with NAND today, how we use it in most cases, or how I use it all the time. We set up pre-builds. Okay, there is the full pre-built toolchain that, depending on the version of NAND, depending on the version of the Node VM, will build the thing, publish it to S3 more or less most of the time, and then on install phase it just downloads the pre-built step. This is for level down, does this, all of them more or less, all the native ones follow this approach to shorten up the installation time. That tool chain is very important for the ecosystem, and also especially for Electron as well. So keep in mind Electron, it's a key feature to some extent for getting compatibility with Electron, NAPI stuff. So all of that tool chain needs to be to some extent adapted, redone. I don't know how much. I can't estimate how complex that is. Okay, I'm just pointing out that it's that as part of the tool chain, we have to beat in the neck in the course of this year, like provide some solutions also on that, or maybe involve with the authors and say, well, we sent a PR.
Or does
Are you talking about
is there
Node
anything?
pre-JIP and Node.js?
Yeah.
Are those the two?
No, not pre-JIP, not the pre-guy.
Like,
yeah, and so are there, like right now, does Node.js compile NAPI modules okay?
Yeah.
We haven't
there, but you're saying we should check.
No, because the full point is it automates the publishing.
The detection of a NAPI module and going forward, the changes will be in the JIP. I mean, could potentially happen in Node.js for detection.
Yeah, so you need some way on the tooling. To say this is an API module. So because it's an API module, we can just build it once.
Yeah.
Build it once for Windows, one for Linux, and one for Mac, and it just works.
Yeah.
So right now I have maintain some of them. I have to build 6 different versions of the thing for all of them to support all the versions of Node at this point. So it's.
Would you be able to do one version for all Linuxes, or would you need like?
If you build on not all x86 Linuxes,
Yeah.
just like
Okay.
we have one node binary, as long as you compile on that earliest one, like we use CentOS in the community, if the node module is done the same way, then in theory it should work across them all.
So it's at least
If you built, not all.
from the node point of view, at least. Okay. Like then there are operating system incompatibilities. That's the second step to some extent.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
That's a different thing, but at least from the node side, just solving it for Windows would be fantastic. I am not. That would be fantastic because that's for maintaining those on Windows has been.
Yeah, I think the ideal case would be to get, somebody who's maintaining one of these modules and building in that way involved, so we could work together through the issues. Like, okay, well, this is what you can do, because I think if we could turn the switch overnight, NAPI doesn't have any new requirement. Whatever you're doing today should be just simpler, because you don't need. You can build one maybe.
So
But it is
Mateo is
how you
our next target.
transition.
I have some little things to be volunteered. To be
very cool.
volunteer for the projects is not.
You're on camera.
Like whatever. I am very happy to help because it's the way. It's definitely the way forward. So it's now between these and FFI, like it's a good time. We're solving a problem we should have solved back in some years, not even one, some years ago.
IOGS.
So, okay, so we're coming up lunch. The food is back there and last summer. So let's go ahead and break. We do have a number of items on the afternoon agenda already. As we've been talking, if you think of anything else that needs to be on that list, please add it. We will do some very quick agenda bashing when we get back off of lunch, and kind of sort out the priority for what items we're going to talk through. We have the room till 4.
Yeah.
So we have we have a good amount of time to.
Yeah, we have 4 hours. So.
Okay. All right.
Do we want to leave the feed on or?
We won't. We'll have to create a new one if we turned it off. So
You can maybe just mute it.
Yeah,
I will just.
I could turn off
I don't know.
the
Maybe you can just
video.
turn it off and then start a new one afterwards. Maybe.
Actually, maybe what
Either
I'll do
way, I
is
just want to be sensitive.
Yeah, we can just like tap on camera.
Yeah.
We will turn off the camera.
Fantastic. Mute it.
Maybe that's why you're new.
Can you? Oh, you did.
I got it.
Okay. Wow, it's a small company.
Definitely.
Okay, so we have I think we covered everything this morning. We had a block here, if there was any spillover from this morning's discussions. If anybody has any further thoughts, we can give a little bit of time to that to carry over. But already on the agenda, we already talked about the NAPI roadmap, evangelism documentation. Was there more you wanted to cover on that?
Not really. I mean, the thing was, I just want to we'll do a blog about it. If there are any other ideas of how to engage with the native module ecosystem, I mean, I'll love to know, because I don't know, cold calling is a good idea.
Well, Mateo's going to do all the cold calling.
I mean, certainly we'll start with Mateo, but what other ways we can engage with this native module community? I mean, if there's a NAN list, we can go grok or something like that.
We need to, maybe we can pull together some ideas for that, brainstorm a little bit.
Yeah.
Is there anything that the CTC or TSC needs to, as we go into the PR workflow, to make sure that everyone there feels engaged and participating?
I had a secret there.
I think maybe we just need to tag it as CTC, not agenda, but CTC, whatever that other tag is.
CTC review, bring it up at a couple of the next couple of the CTC meetings.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take the to-do to make sure it's on the agenda for this next week.
Perfect.
Once the PR hits, as soon as we can get it,
next go.
have to try to make sure people review it. I anticipate that Ben and Anna, there's a couple that will really want to spend some time digging in on it. It's just that I think we need to be careful how we message it. It's like we're not expecting it to be perfect out the gate, so be kind and let us make progress.
Yeah, it's not cast in stone. It's experimental.
Right.
This is
right.
I guess we should also call out the shape is not locked.
Right.
Part of the exercise here is to get it out so that we can get feedback on the shape feed.
Yeah, we hope it's close, but it's not locked.
Yeah.
There's got to be some folks that call for it to be behind a compile flag. We'll just have to deal with those arguments when they come up and see. So hopefully that'll go pretty quickly. So I don't anticipate many problems from CTC. The biggest issue is going to be engaging the ecosystem of module developers.
Yeah. And
that's just going to be about messaging it, get the blog posts out there, get out on Twitter when we're at conferences and face to face with these folks.
Yeah. So one of the thing was like maybe we can also discuss is what do we do about the collection or repository and distribution of this NAPI API. I mean, how does NPM distinguish between them?
How much do they need to?
Well, it's in the interim. Yeah. So once it's out there, I don't think there's any problem. But today, somebody ports their module. How do they make that available to people? You can't just make it a new Semper major because you don't want to break your existing module. In GitHub, I don't think there's a problem. We can probably recommend, if you do a port, please call your port, ABI stable prototype or whatever. Call your branch that, so that people could check out that branch.
Oh yeah.
Now I guess that actually makes me think you can do an npm install from.
Yeah, you can.
GitHub, so that's one way. But the other one, like if we want people to just do an npm install, do we need people to publish called, their module dash and NAPI or NAPI dash your module so that.
I don't want to get too far into the details on here. Let's do some of the agenda bashing and then let's get into it.
Yeah.
The other items we have on here, Node VM compliance. So this came up on the very first time we got together. Is if we are going to support two different VMs or multiple VMs, what's the minimum set of requirements we need to still be able to call it Node, right? Like language level requirements and those kinds of things. So. Do we need to talk about that anymore? We've had some good recent developments on that with
William Cappy, Node Green, right?
Yeah, Node Green, which is fantastic. So
I mean, there's a legal purview there that I think is out of scope.
Right. Yeah.
That's probably the diciest bit.
We could talk about the inspector protocol and some of the other debugging and postmortem considerations here. Having the two different VM implementations there.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say there's some question about inspector protocol being other VMs.
Right. And then also on this list we have the GIF GN issue, but I'm not sure how much of that we can address here or solve. Does anyone have any other things that they want to discuss this afternoon?
I have kind of a naive and blue sky question. Given that we're trying to put multiple engines into Node and be able to just switch between them at like compile time, and given that we now have multiple mature implementations of ECMA script that perform like world class, why is it not possible to do something like NAPI, but to have the engines maintain it and to have them agree on a common C API? Because the APIs that they have today exist because they all evolved separately and without talking to each other. But now here we are talking to each other, right? So
that's a good question.
And actually, one other impetus for this I heard today, which was this having to move in and out of the engine, right? Like if this common layer were the outermost layer of the engine, then there wouldn't be an extra layer. So NAPI wouldn't add any performance, wouldn't have a performance impact because there wouldn't be any separate NAPI, right? How difficult is it to agree on an API, given that the script is fairly rigidly specified?
Let's put that in the agenda as maybe VM native and API, and then let's.
Yeah, I mean, only if we have time. I mean, this is totally blue sky. Just had to throw it out there.
Anything else? Any other possibilities for?
Along those lines, if we want to do any further outreach to the Spider Node and JavaScript core,
outreach to other.
So at the last TC39 meeting, I had talked to stakeholders from both Spider Node and JS Core. They're both interested in finding out more. But I don't know how involved either of them are going to be getting right now. But the next meeting is in a couple weeks, and I can be sure to bring it up to them again.
We certainly had like Mac from Mozilla came to at least one of our meetings, and he basically showed interest, but just wasn't sure when and if they would actually actively be doing something.
Yeah, that was like, I think they're definitely extremely interested in the results, but just don't necessarily have the resources to be as involved right now.
I got a similar where they were like, when there's an API that you need to be implemented, happy to sort of go and build that out and support that, but not really any interest in sort of engaging in the sausage making process.
Right. Okay. Any other? If I put outreach to other VMs, then if there's anything else to talk about with it. But any other? Before we? Okay. All right. So maybe let's start with inspector protocol because that's probably the largest chunk.
Most contentious.
Probably the most, I'm not sure if it's contentious. So,
sorry, most need of group input, like the PR stuff, we can maybe take a breakout group and talk about that.
So, inspector protocol, where we're at, the -- inspect is landed in core, right? It's still there as experimental. We need to pull it out, make it non-experimental very, very quickly before debug goes away completely. So the big question there is inspector support in Shock core, and then cooperation between the two VM, implementers on how that evolves and goes. Because I don't think we have a huge number of requirements from core as long as it works.
So we are on a thread internally about this. So we were, there was a proposal started last year by Josh about refactoring protocol in a certain way, and I think there has been some progress on that already from the email thread I saw this morning.
Yeah, so Anish years ago on some possible sort of refactoring that could allow Chakra code to also implement lead inspector protocol. And so basically, I connected
Pavel and
others to the Microsoft people on some ideas on what may be the best way to do this. And I guess at this point, I think it seems like an engineering discussion to how to get it done.
Yeah.
Seems very possible to do.
Yeah. So the latest update on that email is it seems like it is generally fairly, the state is already there to make progress on making it available for Node.js 4, and I think the right folks are involved in making this conversation go forward, and we'll have some updates.
I mean, essentially, it comes down. There's one point in there where we can split it, and it won't be tightly coupled. I think that's what Pavel was saying. Let's have a node inspector,
right,
and then it'll be abstract interface, and then Chakra inspector, V8 inspector can both derive from that.
And V8 inspector is part of V8 already, and I believe that's and we will have to implement the Chakra inspector aspect of it.
In terms of just kind of debugging primitives like the time travel debugging and the variances and the capabilities between the two platforms, have you started to work out what the differences in the protocol would need to be to support those?
Not at the moment. I think we are first focused on the inspector protocol support as is, and as a second step, we'll kind of see how we're gonna figure out TDD and stuff like that.
So the NAPI provides a standard interface for VMs. Inspector is a VM implemented VM level capability. Why? What's the relation between NAPI and the reliability and assertions that we're building there and inspector protocol?
NAPI is squarely focused on native module usage of the APIs.
Okay.
The inspector protocol is about deep about diagnostic in the VM space. They from the 30,000 foot view, it could look like, oh, this is an API problem, let's solve it that way. But I don't think they are together, in some way. NAPI is focused completely on native module ecosystem and how to address their pain points and not kind of get distracted with additional requirements of having debugging work through the same thing and having debugging tools work through the same thing. So I think these are two separate problem domains that should be handled separately.
Let me think a little bit more. So NAPI is really Node's contract to native module writers.
Yeah.
Node core, it's not the VM, to the native module writers.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And Node core itself will not be using NAPI for talking to the VM, right? Because for Node core, it's a small code base, and we know how to get it done. Down the road, it's a separate problem whether we want to even abstract out that interface. Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the same problem. The pressing problem at this point is the native modules.
Yeah.
So V8 inspector or whatever inspector, Chakra inspector, are basically Node core's internal way of exposing the debug functionality
that the VM has out to its own to the as its own debug protocol.
Right.
And that's basically Node core internals rather than something exposed to native module.
And it's going to be pretty. Sorry, it's going to be pretty tightly coupled with the VM. And I think that's we don't want to abstract out. If they're going to be capable as in V8 and Chakra that are different, and so they don't necessarily have just a generic API.
Yeah, it's not very generic. I mean, it is very engine specific, and I think these are two separate problem domains, at least at this time.
Okay.
It just sounded like, though, that we might end up with, like you said, there's a piece we could pull out, which would be, Chakra implements it and V8 implements it. So is that piece that you pull out, that's now Node's contract with, if there was a third one, they would implement that same set of APIs, or is it?
Yeah, so that V8, that Node inspector is the contract.
Right, so we might end up with a Node inspector, which is now it's not NAPI, but it's an equivalent API defined for, you want to have a debugger interface, you implement this.
Yeah, I mean, conceptually they're probably the same, but
they're totally different domains.
Different problem domains to be.
But I think it's still interesting in casting it in the context of will that Node inspector now be the Node-defined API? So, and we believe that the VMs can, different VMs can implement it.
Yeah, we can standardize on the Node inspector part itself. Okay, now we adopt this as a Node standard for debugging, and we take that going forward. It doesn't have to fold into the paradigm of an API.
Right.
Totally separate.
Yeah.
But just saying, it'd be nice if we ended up with here's another API that Node's defined and you implement it. Different VMs do their thing.
There has been some talk about an API for enabling the inspector from JavaScript. I have seen some of that.
And you'd want that one to somehow call something from a standard Node inspector that then gets implemented, so that the callers don't have to worry about that.
Right.
The proposal that I put up last summer and that we're iterating on that same split should allow any implementation on the back end. So it could be the network stuff in JavaScript and not depend on Chakra.
Right. So I think it's just good if it's we'll end up with a pattern of here's the Node one, different VMs can implement. Here's the the Node one of this other thing, and not to confuse them together, but maybe we want to get to that point.
From our experience, leveraging the V8 APIs and not repeating the same mistakes that we made in the past, where we integrated, we coupled with that ecosystem and didn't provide the VM authors with an established contract of what Node's expectations are. It's the main thing I wanted to highlight with that.
Yeah, so I think Node inspector could be that contract going forward, and Node should own that as a contract going forward.
When we're saying Node inspector, we're not talking about Node-inspector,
Node dash
clarify.
It's like this is pulling out an API that's
I think it's a pure virtual abstract interface, with backend
these methods. Right.
Okay. So it sounds like basically where that's at is that there's just a bunch of work that needs to be done to get it implemented in reconcile what the differences are with V8. And just kind of
and I think the right people are talking, so I think
I just thought if and when it gets to the right point, it would be nice to have the Node 8 inspector out in the public, so we can take a look at it. I know maybe we could just look at the V8 stuff, right?
Shipping from experimental.
Yeah.
That's maybe different.
It's not, just to clarify, it's not experimental at all. Everybody's using it. Let me say the obvious here, because I'm not, there is no one that is not using it at the moment. Right. It's, even when somebody says on the issue tracker, but this is experimental, you expect it to break. There is that expectation is not there. If we go out with a Node.js 6 version that has that broken,
then we have a problem.
Then we have a huge problem. Okay, so just to clarify that for me, we can drop it tonight and it's not changing a thing. Like the actual, our level of responsibility with that piece of code will be the exact same thing as before, at least for what I'm seeing around. Like I'm hopping between one place and another. That thing is done. Like it's no, we can call it experimental if we prefer to or not, but the actual end result.
Hey, you put in Node 8, I think it should be taken off the official experimental.
I am.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, we just need to take off the experimental flag.
It also doesn't sound like this fork will change that protocol, right? It may change the implementation behind the scenes, but it doesn't sound like it's.
Yeah, I think.
Well, I mean, there's always the potential for protocol changes, but we just handle this. So even if there are, it's December major.
Yeah, it just sounds on. It's not like we know that integration is going to cause protocol changes, right?
I don't think so.
Right,
so. I haven't been following all of the postmortem debugging stuff where that's at. I know that there was effort on the stuff around node report and the heap dump
right. So
format and where does that play into all of this?
I can jump into that. So I guess node report, we've made good progress. It's out there. They all moved in. Node report is in the foundation repos. Still, wanted to get heap dump in. Josh and I had a bit of a discussion earlier on. I'd be a proponent of saying let's pull in what's there now. And even if there's discussion that like in the future maybe it should use the debug protocol or something, those should be PRs to the module that are in the, people are already using heap dump. They know what it is. We should PR it into the shape that we think it should be if it's not there. So I'd be wanting us to move on that.
What Michael's talking about, by the way, is that node inspect should eventually be able to have a profile command alongside the step command and do the same kind
and
of
be able to say
heap dump
generate a
or
heap dump, right? Like today there's some code that does that, but tomorrow that same module might be able to use that API instead.
Nice.
And
But we might as well do no heap dump.
But we could do that behind the scenes, so everybody who's using heap dump today, okay, the implementation we change, but hopefully they don't have to learn something new, right?
Nice.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we're working towards a point where whether you're using Node on V8 or Node on Chocolate Core, that the complete debugging workflow is as close as possible between the two platforms, even down to what the heap dump formats are.
That one's the more, I don't think we haven't had any discussions on that front in terms of heap dump.
So that's Mark certainly has a lot of thoughts.
So we've been doing, for our time travel debugging, one of the things we require is to be able to take the entire JavaScript heap, dump it out into a serialized format, reinflate it again on a different machine, and start the JavaScript engine running on that heap and have exactly the same execution as before. So we've been working on building out a full fidelity capture of the entire JavaScript heap, all the values, everything, and do it efficiently, so under 1/10 of a second. And also, one of our, although this is definitely not something we've accomplished, try and make this as implementation and representation independent as possible. So we don't do any bit blitting out. These are the bit pattern of an object. Now try and copy it back in, and it'll look exactly the same, but actually turn this into, like a JSON style representation. So
there was discussion of trying to get to a JSON style.
Yeah. So I actually commented on. I actually made a comment on that last night. So that way nobody had a chance to read it. Figured that everybody had. But one of the goals was to make it not only independent for two different versions of Chakra, so I can load this on two different DLLs, but also try and keep the representation as independent of the particular choices Chakra makes to implement some features. Now I know there are definitely some things in there that are probably going to be engine specific, but I think this is where we have something that is fairly generic, works great on Chakra, and try and figure out what the differences with Node might be, and if we can factor those out into, objects with properties look about the same no matter how you implement them, and then an object might have a engine specific flag set that you could
I could see some challenges, like we don't want to make the heap dump process take longer, right? So I don't know if, I don't want to speak for the engine makers, but I don't know if we can get to the point where we force every engine to generate in the same format, but I could see wanting a workflow that's that we definitely want that no matter what you're running under Node, you can generate a heap dump. And then if you can have a workflow where you could take that converted into the same format.
Yeah,
Maybe offline, right? So that the actual dump is that time is critical in terms of blocking your app running and all that.
There's going to be variances across the platform. I mean, and we want that. We want to be able to have a competition anyway, and let them
and even different
on capabilities and tools and that kind of thing. I'm more concerned about the workflow. I don't want it to be a completely different experience. With one Chakra as it is with V8, and there be like no compatibility whatsoever.
Right, like certainly whatever we do, a heap dump, you would want to extend that so that as part of that, it could understand that, I'm running on Chakra, trigger the heap dump and what is the Chakra. That would be the first step. You want a standard way to say, I need heap dumps to investigate my problem. Just do the same thing no matter what you're running on.
Right.
Debugging memory leaks in general or memory problems is usually a very painful problem right now, especially in production. Yeah. And let's keep in mind that then the end goal is production level tools that can work across platforms. As long as that is there, we should keep that capability within the ecosystem, because from time to time it might be the only thing that saves the day. So
realistically, you could end up with a production environment where you're running Node on V8 on the server. You have Node with Chakra Core on mobile devices, all in one environment. We need to be able to have a team be able to debug those reasonably without having two completely sets of tools. So I mean,
that's one where, like on Node reports, certainly it's pulling some information that comes from V8. So it wouldn't be bad to get some Microsoft participation in there to say, what would we do with these other sections? Because I think that's a key tool in my mind. Like your heap dumps, your being able to inspect core dumps, and then something like Node report where you can get an easy human readable dump of what's going on in your VM is sort of the third main thing you want.
So what about LL Node? So I just asked.
So LL Node is the inspecting the core dump piece.
Yeah. So.
And that's the other one. Yeah, I guess it's like, how would you do that?
LL Node work with all of them, or is that a non-goal?
Well, no, I think it's more of a challenging one. Like the current commands will have knowledge that they use the metadata for V8. Mm-hmm. The commands will use the knowledge of that V8 structure. Now, obviously, the Chakra Core ones will be different, but you should be able to use the same tooling level. So we're building an LL Node tooling level that will open a dump file. We then want to build on top of it a JavaScript layer so that even JavaScript writers can go and inspect the core files. Now I could see the implementations of the commands may be completely different, like go and give me an object, but you'd want that JavaScript layer to be able to call. I'm running on V8. There's a C level one that says give me the object. You can do the right thing for V8, and you can have the same C function implemented for Chakra Core that says here you go. So at the JavaScript layer, maybe it can be common. At those lower layers, you need extra code to handle the two different cases. But the framework and everything, hopefully we can share that. That's where I think there's some work to get LL Node fully working on
Windows. Yeah.
LLDB. LLDB. We have somewhere
right.
Now there is. And I'm not sure we'll get there on all of our platforms. So there is the other thing about saying, well, what LL Node ends up having is functions which are running, and so, we could possibly pull those out so they can run in different debuggers. We've done that before in other implementations where, you have a set of extensions. They can run in the LL Node debugger. The guys at Join are interested in running in their MDB debugger. And we may want to run a DBX for ZOS and AIX kind of thing. That's where there was some discussion about pulling LL Node into V8 itself. I could see pulling in the instruction pieces, like the parts that are tightly bound, but you probably still want a separate framework which can plug into these debuggers so that you can use it across platforms, right? Because you need the equivalence across any of the implementations. But there's a fair amount of work to be done there. We're further ahead on the one that's already there because it's there, and the project was started on Linux, so that's obviously where there's the most implementation. And So if we had more cycles, we could spend more time looking at if we have to support other debuggers, we may have to do that. How do we pull out the common pieces and let them run in those other debuggers as well? Like LNode is one which has a pretty good platform support, so that's why we're starting with it. And I'm hoping it's not impossible for Power and Z-Linux. Well, we already have it working for Z-Linux, but Power we have a bit of work to do. And then Windows, I don't know enough to know if are there real problems there, or is it just the work that needs to be done?
So I touched on this a little bit in the exploration of Inspector, but I want to highlight, especially for folks who've joined over the past year, that when we initially defined the Node.js API, it had a lot more scope. It was very much more targeted at being that representation of what Node needs from its VM. And we're moving forward with this Node.js API, being defined as kind of more the native API, and then we have Inspector and an intermediate representation.
So we've peeled out that piece, but I agree that the end goal should be the larger, and that's why I was sort of back to on the Inspector piece. That's another piece of the puzzle. The same thing could be said on the postmortem side.
Yeah.
I think it's best done through concrete work like we're doing on NAPI, right? And we're doing stuff on postmortem. If we can then see how do we get it working across the platforms, we can then define, okay, well now this is what it is for that you need to.
In our first conversation, we identified, we broke it down. It's like, okay, we wanted to do all this whole piece of work. And in every single angle that we looked at that, it came down to we can't break native modules. We have to find a solution for that. So we can't break debugging. We have to make sure that still works. So breaking it down into these individual pieces right now, keeping in mind that there's a much larger piece of work that can be done. Is definitely the right step. So I think taking over, going over this next year, now that we have very concrete work items that are starting to deliver, the Node inspectors there, Node report, we got the NAPI experimental stuff, we got the FFI stuff coming, and we have a reasonable timeline for how that'll roll out between now and Node 10. I think that by the time we get to Node 10, right, we can come back and say, okay, what's this next chunk? But that's going to give us a year of just working with the ecosystem to say, okay, how quickly are we actually going to be able to migrate users to this new model? Because that is going to be a difficult thing to do.
It may be worthwhile at this point, though, stepping back and saying, okay, we made some tangible progress in this area, which is the one we thought was important and tractable. Maybe now we're ready to step back and say, what are all the different ones we should have? Like, okay, the module API one, the inspector one, what are the other ones? Like, say, what are all the other top level ones? And then as, I don't know if it's Node 10 or whenever, once we've ticked off these ones, it's naturally, okay, and we know that the next one, next high priority one is the postmortem one or the whatever one. And sort of we know where we would focus the next thing, or people have cycles and say, hey, they want to do something. It's like,
it seems like the devil's advocate, I guess, but right now you cannot actually put a different engine in. It's just not. It's V8 is hard coded in Node CC. Should we? I just want to put it on the list, basically. I don't think it's a major factor, but make Node V8. What's right now V8 platform in there is what I've been proposing the whole time. Make a generic platform, a Node platform, which V8 Node platform, and Chakra Node platform is Spider.
I think this gets back to the conversation. Sam, what's his name? Gabriel. Sorry, I'm mixing up people. Gabriel, sorry. The question you brought up about having an API be something that is implemented and provided by the VMs themselves, rather than by Node. And if we can move to that, then Node Core, all the code in Node Core, can be written to an API itself, right? And at that point, it doesn't really matter which VM you're implementing on.
NAPI is only the runtime APIs. It's not the hosting APIs, right? Like we don't have right now a generic set of hosting APIs for hosting any VM.
But and that's the additional big piece of work that could be done, right?
When are
there's
the
a bunch
runtimes
more.
going to just give us,
So that
you know, if we said here's an API we want, are they actually going to do that, or is that something we're going to maintain anyway? Like
Right.
Mappy, right?
Right.
Well, I mean, so you know, I did have that exact discussion, and you know, JS Core team member said, you know, if you provide the API that needs to get built to,
We'll do it.
we'll do it.
Okay.
And we, you know, we'd probably need to go, you know, a step beyond and have something like the test 262 harness kind of thing, you know, on top of that. But you know, I think that was the original intent. And
Let's pull the two VM developers that are here. Understanding that there is a large API surface area, the hosting API surface area that would need to be considered. Would you consider it reasonable that common API, that an API, would be something that the VMs would provide, or is it something that you just have no interest in doing, that Node would just have to provide that?
Well, I don't work on V8, so I can't speak for them directly. But so the trade-off that ultimately the VM writers will have to make here is that, I mean, an API that they themselves come up with for embedders give them flexibility to sort of change the VM going forward to better match the language as it evolves and to better match safety issues that they might be running into and to better match some performance things that they might want to deal with. And ECMAScript is a language that changes frequently enough in ways that VMs realize that the APIs that previously were providing just do not work. So the trade-off they're going to make is that, are we really going to tie ourselves down to this API, right? Because they don't have that contract with the browsers per se. So Node is going to be the one saying, no, this is the API I want forever. And so that's going to be something that's going to be harder for VM implementers to absorb right away. So, but I can't really speak for them.
And to echo what Ali said, for Chakra anyway, Node is one consumer. Yeah, you have other customers, and already we're in the business of maintaining a couple of API, like existing API implementations for Edge and IE. Having to maintain an additional for Node would be a huge burden.
That's a good one.
We're the best ones.
I think, you know, my take is, I mean, in API, you know, we are kind of early stages on this. We will have to kind of wait to see the evolution of it, how robust it is, what's the performance characteristics and things of that nature, before we should kind of visit this particular aspect of making this, you know, inside or proposing that it should be part of the VM itself. There could be scenarios that be carved out. It might happen, but I would think that this is kind of really early stage and step one of the step we're taking.
I think it's at this point it's fair to say that for the foreseeable future, this responsibility, Node's going to have to, you know, to basically provide that bridge code to the.
For now, at least, you know, that's what we should.
I mean, exploring an even longer road, you know, is if we were to go and take a subset or, you know, the entire set through a TC39 like process or TC39 period, would that make What's going to be painful? You know, does that change anything in terms of VM interest or?
I would think so. I have not been at TC39, so I don't have. That's good for you.
It's pretty good.
I'm kind of hesitating prematurely, you know, shooting down the possibility of this happening. Maybe there's a potential.
It still wouldn't change the pressures on, you know, I mean, they have multiple customers. and doing anything at the TC39 level or a standards body level like that would be, given the range of different customers that do exist, it would be an extremely painful process to come up with something that was reasonably generic that would, you know,
Node 14.
you know,
The interesting thing I could see is like, you know, obviously the Chakra team is contributing to make the Chakra implementation, right? If over time it made sense to just put it into the VM, it might be the same people who could say, well, that actually makes sense to us, or it makes sense to do it in the community. And for the other VMs where, you know, Node is tied to it, the motivation may not be there anyway. So I think it's like, it'll either happen if it makes sense, I'm kind of thinking, or forcing it probably is going to be hard to justify.
Okay. From my perspective, if we can get traction, there is community traction on Chakra, and we see it used, not Chakra core, we see it used in the wild a lot. That's part of the decision to be made. Like that, one of the things that just justify the effort to some extent. If we can help the people that are using it and support it, because if it's perceived to deliver value, that's the thing. So it's I don't think there's plenty of time for making a decision. Right? Node 14, as you said. So,
that's only 2 years.
I think getting like the bigger picture, like you mentioned the what was it, the V8 platform, right? Like I think because when the trace stuff came in, that was one piece that kind of made that okay, it's still a little bit more bound to V8 than it would have been otherwise. So if we solved the platform thing and said here's the generic one, as new pieces come in, we might at least keep them more generic than.
Well, yeah, I mean,
so that, and sort of drawing that bigger, you know, here are the different areas. Maybe that's one of the key things. Maybe help us focus on which things will help the longer term plan.
Yeah, I mean, if people, when we brought in, we want to support Electron, that's when we started abstracting out the platform because they didn't want to use our V8. So it's building from that point.
Right.
What we're talking about.
So yeah, I think I'd make it one of our priorities is to look at that bigger picture and map out the pieces.
Now that we finally have our deliverable, let's go back and like revisit that.
We took
I
a
think
subset,
so.
and we're making some good progress. It looks like, you know, that'll just keep on going. Now let's look at the bigger picture again and say, okay, what's the next most strategic piece?
Yep.
Just looking at agenda here, and probably can get into some of the like the Node VM compliance stuff. I mean, I think that's a good little segue into that. So what we talked about at the very first time we got together was if we are going to have multiple VMs there, how do we define what is the minimum language support that defines Node, right? So let's take ES6 modules, for instance, you know, everyone's favorite topic right now. If Chakra delivers support for modules before V8 or whatever, right, and we have an implementation that we can actually use in core that takes advantage of it, you know, we could end up doing the ecosystem a disservice because, you know, there's variances between the actual platforms in terms of what are those newest ES6 language features or ECMAScript language features that are supported, right? They work on Node on Chakra, but they don't work on Node on V8 or vice versa, right? How much of a problem do we anticipate that being, and how do we resolve it? Now, we've one you know positive thing that's just recently happened. If you go to Node, look at Node Green. Runs all the 262 tests, and you know we can now see a side-by-side comparison of what works on Node on Chakra versus what works on Node on V8, and it's a really and they're actually fairly close, which is great to see. So I'm thinking that at some point we just basically say this is the set of tests that need to be green, right, and then work towards that. and just use 262 as the guideline.
That only covers the ES6 stuff. It doesn't cover the Node API. So I guess our regular has to also pass our internal.
Right. It would have to pass RCI and that.
Pass RCI on every platform?
Yes. So we basically have to pass RCI on all of our supported platforms. So Node on either one, on every supported platform, pass 100%.
Included are like Solaris and Power included in that?
Whatever we consider an officially supported platform.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
that set could change, right, over time. So it would need to track that. Now, understand. I mean, what platforms do you have Chakra running on now?
So we have Windows, with Linux, Ubuntu, and Mac.
Okay. And how much? I know it's a difficult question. How much effort do you think it would be to get it on all of the platforms that we have official builds for? So like Power and ARM, AIX.
We work on Windows on ARM. So on the other platforms like AIX and Solaris and all, I'm not really sure. There is work right now to get it working with GCC. That's the plan today. So any compliant client version the platform has, then should compile.
I guess, but like for V8 in particular, it's basically a compiler, right? So it has to know about all the architectures that are going to be supported. So
we
there's
have an interpreter,
right?
And so we don't necessarily have to JIT on all those platforms. So we can get the interpreter version of Chakra running on those platforms somewhat more easily.
Right. That would be a lot easier. That's what I'm just saying. Like if you actually do the JIT work, that we spend quite a bit of work maintaining two architectures that we maintain on for V8 itself.
So given that there is work that needs to be done there, do we want? I'm saying that it should support, but is that something we want? Do we want to? Do we need that limitation in there that it has to work on all those platforms, or is it okay to say no, Chakra only works on these particular ones, and that's okay as long as it passes all the same 262 testing, passes Node CI on those platforms? I think that's fair. Yeah.
I think the Node
platforms that V8 doesn't care about. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess another way to think about it is in terms of Node expanding its reach. If there's like a new processor architecture out there which has a small VM, are we saying that that's not Node simply because it's built for that? Right.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. Exactly.
As long as there's language compatibility, CIs, CD, that kind of things passing, platforms should not be part of that decision.
I think for core Node, like we don't want to get to a point where you can't get Node on some platforms, but it doesn't necessarily mean that has to, all the VM implementations have to cover all the platforms. Yeah. Like in my mind, right? Like,
I mean, would the TSC be comfortable saying that there is like a smaller circle that is like the certified circle, which is much more akin to what Chakra supports now?
I wouldn't want to go there from my perspective, in that, like, I don't want like our platforms to be second tier, but on the other hand, I don't think it's reasonable to say everything has to run there, right? So like,
right, but I'm talking about like where we define compatibility, or we're talking about at a high level at certification.
I would argue that we need to take platform support out of the equation.
That's what I'm thinking. It's like you can certify your other implementations for specific platforms.
Mm-hmm.
As a Node community, we want to have a broad platform support, so we don't want anything that says, well, we're going to end up with no support for Debian or no support for ARM. But if somebody wants to come in and say, well, we've got an alternate support for ARM, and so we've got two, that's probably okay.
Well, what we want to be able to do is be able to identify a subset of 262 that in order to call yourself node compatible, you have to be green on these. Or if you're red, it has to be for a good, a really good reason. Now there may be a couple of subsets. Some more resource limited platforms may not, may purposefully not pass those tests, right? And we still want to be able to account for some of those. So maybe there's two different subsets that we say this is the minimal core that you have to be able to do, right? And we also don't want to have variances in things like one platform supports promises and the other one doesn't. One does modules and the other one doesn't. There has to be a minimum functionality expectation.
Your code will run on it's Node. It will run.
So I don't have. So I, as a module developer or app developer, I don't have to version sniff to figure out what's going to work on what platform versus another.
Yeah, and then that's been the test of the metal of all of the alt node platforms over the years. Where they've struggled across the board is they can't run the dependencies in the node ecosystem. You are not node.
So I've had a conversation with a couple people over at Boku who've been working on test 262 about the idea of perhaps there should be a node conformance test suite. So the idea would be that this would offload, like right now we have core. Core has a number of tests. Those tests are, mostly written around new features or around edges, but they weren't specifically about thinking about conformance. So it could be really interesting to look. So we have test 262. There's also the web compatibility test. Boku has done work on both of those. I think that it could be very interesting to have a conformance test suite that, you give a binary to it, and if you pass those tests, you're a node. And so this abstracts away like the platform support, and then like essentially if you want to be on a certain platform, you find a conformant node to run on that platform.
And as a community, we just try and
we
support that we want to have it across. But
and so
that's a separate issue. Right?
Tyler and I talked about it a bunch, and Boaz was beyond excited about the idea of doing something like this.
And
I think
conformance suite can also include like maybe module compatibility. That I mean, other than just test 62 and CI/CD, you can have like if these are generally broadly represent a node ecosystem, and if you pass this, then you are node.
And one of the biggest things I think that this will do that will be important is, I don't know how many of you follow the issue tracker really closely, but sometimes we end up where the docs and the actual implementation do not meet up. And every time that happens, we need to do like some archaeology and just some hand waving of like, hey, what's Node supposed to do here? So some sort of conformance test suite like this could act as a forcing function for us to like strictly define these interfaces and the expected behaviors, and we'll no longer have just like, hey, the tests say it does this, so it does this, or the docs say it does this, so it does this, which is, like right now it's a little more hand wavy than I'd like to see.
And that can inform like whatever we end up defining as the Node.js for VM API as well.
We might be able to harness the like good first contribution kind of thing. Like,
I think truthfully that like this is one of those things where we may need dedicated experts for an extended period of time to like get the ball rolling on it. I don't like Boku is very interested. The big thing would be like, money. A number of us work for large organizations that have already sponsored Test 262 as well as WebCompat. So like that just seems like a clear path to me. For what it's worth, I have no vested interest in that organization. My interest is in Node and Core. But I'm not convinced that this is something that we can rely on the community to do. I think this needs to be a dedicated professional effort.
There needs to be a level of understanding of 262 in what the variances are, why those variances do exist. Because there are very good reasons why the VMs don't pass certain tests there, and there's very strategic decisions and stuff that have been made there. And it's going to require having an understanding of that. Then it's also going to require having an understanding of Node itself and what behaviors are expected there. So yeah, it's going to require a certain degree of experience and understanding first. Bootstrap.
Yeah, I mean you're going to need some critical mass. And then I just thought it was another way where you got lots of people looking for something to do. It's like go out, understand what this API does, and write a test that you think validates conformance. Like the Node ones, not the ES6 ones necessarily, but the Node. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe there's something that we can do, with a board-sponsored sort of kickoff where we could engage Buku and some other folks to sort of lay out what that framework, the high-level framework for Node could be, and then with that, and where there's kind of the rinse and repeat and figure it all out and build that out, then we hand it off to the community.
Yeah, another thing with that, which would be interesting, would be whether or not we want to consider this like some sort of loose standard over Node that's outside of our tests and our implementation.
Sure.
Whether it should or it shouldn't.
There is a risk of doing a whole bunch of work and we being the only ones that actually benefit from it. We need to make sure that there are developers out there who are going to be looking to build Node on top of other VMs and other, other environments. Go through that. If it's just Node core building to just Chakra and V8, and we could end up spending a lot of time spinning up a lot of mechanism that we're the only ones that actually use. We need to determine how much that work is really worth it.
But there's a lot of like implementations of Node on embedded systems like Tessel or JerryScript, or like I can imagine that like this could allow a lot of other work to happen. It could, but I totally see where you're saying that.
To put a counterpoint on that, though, James, like most core members that I know will look at our tests, and I guess Miles, you described it as testing the weird edge cases and not necessarily having a robust set of understanding of the core platform. So we know that work kind of is under the covers there to be done. So the investment seems like a worthwhile one that we haven't been able to justify the effort for years. Since the inception of this budget.
I think it should be done. I just think we need to be able to articulate this is the justification for it. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think you're just outlining the case you can make for why this is good, even if you never
have another platform.
Never had another platform whatsoever. Mm-hmm. This is still good because it helps clarify what our APIs actually are.
Right. And to a degree, it could be as simple as just integrating 262 into our existing test suite.
Right. Well, I think that this work, it sounded like, so integrating 262, yes, but having a better compliance test suite against our own APIs could mean that when we move up versions, we also have a better confidence we didn't break things.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
One other, I'm thinking about a little bit, so don't hold it against me if it's not fully baked here. If we would implement some of the native modules in an API, so that, for example, D8 or Chakra's equivalent could load those modules, would that equally solve the issue? Like, in other words, like I sometimes hear from people, actually I heard from people inside Microsoft, they wanted to embed Chakra, but they need FS. They want to be able to access FS. They don't really need all of Node, but we're basically going down a path of embed Node. Mm-hmm. There's another way, is just to write FS in net in terms of NAPI, and then you could run them in any VM you wanted that was NAPI compliant.
Creating another framework of non-Node.
No, so basically CH and D8. Right, Node would no longer be the only runtime.
I think that comes back to your earlier point of that API being moved to the VM level or not. Because the only way this works is if it's at the VM level.
Yeah.
And right now, I don't know if VM vendors are willing to take on that.
No, it wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. Like you could host, your hosting APIs could be completely different because the runtime APIs are the same. The native modules work everywhere.
But the native modules are coded against NAPI, right? So
yeah. So the V8 and CH will have to support.
Yeah.
So that's like you're creating new node.
Yeah.
Like you're creating a new host And also, like, I don't know what the
there's been a proposal along that line, which is if you hear no, that's no. It's a
then
less,
no.
a less node, and then you could compose on top of
yes,
that.
yes. I heard that.
Your own node.
Node optimized. That's what it's called. Node optimized.
So the thing is, though, couldn't NAPI itself be a native module, like just the interface plus the implementation, right? And then we would have the VM, we would have NAPI as a native module.
We talked about that we'd look at that for like backporting to 4 or something.
Yeah, this would be similar to that, but it would serve a different purpose.
So you distribute the VM as an NPM module?
Well, no, I don't think because this is for embedders, right? So
billion nodes.
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean,
one's enough to manage.
Yeah,
I do think that
We have
there
another
will.
browsers. Like, I don't know. I'm just being.
We have multiple
version of the same thing. We are competing against ourselves.
Right.
It's my personal opinion.
I do think that there may come a juncture where there will be the level of stability that we have in the API in Node.js is approaching language level stability and support. So that's pretty incredible for a platform. And I think where we'll test that evolution is, do things, does it make sense to take an API from Node and bring it over into ECMAScript? And that's the boundary today. Establishing intermediate lands, I think that's likely to just sort of lie fallow and be an area that it's a great thought experiment, but like the needs at the language level and the needs at the platform level have enough stakeholders that we can really continue to grow that, and I'd love to see us probably in a few 4 or 5 years begin testing whether those things that we're beginning to see as becoming a commonplace JavaScript activity, us testing, all right, does this mean that now the universality of JavaScript applies to the server or some other aspect of as the language and platform evolve?
Dan, I just want to add one thing to this regard. In the next version of Readable Stream, we will run also on React Native. We will support React Native. Readable Stream will run on React Native. Yeah, don't ask me. I'm out of, like, it was one line change in a package JSON. I don't care. Okay, we changed it just to clarify where we are.
Nice.
Like, it's all the stream ecosystem module.
Mm-hmm.
It's should be combined the next release. When we do that, that's another. When we ship that, we have. Well, maybe it's already. Calvin did it this week. I'm just a little bit disconnected, but it should be working on React Native. So
it's a native module. It doesn't depend on.
Which is a thing that does something else that is not a browser. It does not depend on Node, and
it's user code and it's evolving well in userland.
It's evolving well in userland. Just to say where
nice.
there is already that going, and because of the NPM ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
the intermediate ground.
That's the intermediate ground where all of these activities should be at. Now,
so there's if an API, depending on how it's designed, it is conceivable that somebody else could do an implementation of it, put whatever they want behind it, and make it work in React Native.
Right.
Yeah.
But that is entirely possible. So
WebAssembly.
and so these people, I think there's lots of possible roads that could go down. There's lots of possibilities. It's just a lot. We need to kind of scope in.
Yep.
What are we going to be doing, right? I wanted to bring it back. So this idea of the conformance suite. So Node has the existing
CI, our existing test suite, which is nowhere near. No one would say it's anywhere near complete. But we need to get that. We need to evolve on that. How do we select the subset of 262 that is the minimum requirement for core?
For core or for a version? Like
for Node. So let's say.
Forever?
Well, no. Let's just say for 8 is an LTS. Okay. How do we select that? Is it just the intersection of what the two VMs support now?
So what is William Kapke doing with Node Green? Like,
Node Green just basically runs the 262 tests on both.
has a certain particular view to it, or is it just all the tests? Is it?
It's running the tests, right?
Yes.
It's not saying that there's an expectation. It's just saying this is what actually passes.
And lays them out side by side. I'm looking at it right now. I think. Try to see. Basically, just lays it out side by side with each version. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out how to enable the. I thought the chakra was just already there. It's not showing up here.
It's in nightlies /nightlies.
/nightlies. So the two light up really well so far.
What happens
There
if
we
that
go.
Right.
changes?
And that
drops 3 of them.
Or
we're gonna.
Or something is. It's more likely that something is added.
Exactly.
And there's a variance in the schedule on when those get delivered.
Mm-hmm.
So, like we could take this. I mean, it's green, like side by side all the way down, except for I found one with the symbol search property, and that's like the only one that's not.
Right. So I mean, let's take symbol search. Like so, V8. Which one is? So just.
V8's the one that's red on symbol search.
Okay, so Chakra has it and V8 doesn't, and Node says we don't support symbol search.
Right.
What does Node do in the case of the Chakra implementation? Does it hide it so the end user can't access it, or does it allow additional functionality to surface and you're on your own?
For just so the ecosystem can evolve and we can have competition, we can have that. I think, and we definitely don't hide it. I think we need to be very clear in documenting so that for 8, here are the 262 tests that must be green. These are the capabilities that the minimum set of capabilities. And we'd be very explicit in the documentation that if you use this feature that any feature that's not covered in this, then it is not officially supported by Node.
We almost need a tool. Like as soon as you say that, that's great. But me as a developer, I'm hacking some code. I don't know what. I'm not going to check every call, every line. You really need a tool you can run on your app, and it says, "Sorry, you're using these things which are not guaranteed."
We could provide linting.
Yeah, linting or whatever.
We could look at linting. We could go sweet talk the VS Code folks to see if they would implement stuff. Yeah, basically,
I think if we had a lint that basically said, "Run this lint," it'll tell you, "Is this in the safe set?"
Would we ever would we ever want to have like a flag that says and I'm pushing you to like, do you want to control the MJs?
I don't think anybody would want that. And that's the thing is like, I mean, it goes back to the question: how do we define this subset in a way that's reasonable for the VM developers?
So one way that like subsets kind of work, like in ECMA 262, there's the Annex B, right? And there's annexes for specific features that are only done by certain implementers. So there's no reason why we couldn't do similar annexes and just have like like a main set of like the minimal expectation in order to ship a node and then an annex for like extended environments.
Right. So I mean, when it's just these two implementations, like I said, everything aligns really well. We can just say full set, whatever, right? Whatever the intersection is right now. But if we get into some of the VM implementations, the more resource constrained implementations that aren't going to have promises, that aren't going to have modules, that aren't going to have the latest features and stuff. They really are trying to keep their constraints set. How do those qualify as still being Node? If there's an implementation, we roll out ES6 modules, and there's an implementation that just doesn't support that. And so, on that version, any ES6 module that's published to NPM, is that okay?
I think we'd need a flag that, again, would constrain, sorry, beating dead horse here, that would constrain at node control levels the expected language functionality. To have a conformant smaller subset that conforms to Node, is compliant in some way. Node would have to say, this is what my expectations are.
It's how strong. Like you could just say, I think you're talking about having multiple profiles. Like here's the full profile, here's a micro profile.
Right.
Then you can say,
who controls that? Right.
Well, we'd have to choose it somehow. But once you've done that, you can then say, well, do you just provide a tool like a linter that says, well, I'm going to tell you if you're getting into trouble? Or do you really need the VM to enforce that? Like as soon as the VM's enforcing it, there's probably some overhead, cost. Linting, it's like up to the developer now to say, well, I'm targeting this environment. I better write my code so that it only uses the right things. Well, if I can easily figure that out, maybe that's enough.
I especially as we get into the constrained environments, I think you're going to need a stronger test, stronger constraint that applies to the execution to be able to ensure that the packages you're using are going to work, right? So you pull something from NPM, you get promise blob with async now, and all of those things are just going to fail on that minimal implementation.
So can your linter figure that out for you? Well, that's sort of like, can you have a tool that's offline, or do you have to have something in the feed?
The linter is going to help the developer. The linter is not going to help a user who's like, oh, I'm going to install this thing. They don't have the all the information. So I think it's going to be okay for us to have variances in the platforms. We need to just be very clear on what our level of tolerance for them are going to be. There really does need to be the ability to compete on features. There has to be the ability to innovate and have different schedules for when these things roll out and those kinds of things. And I don't think we want to do anything to constrain that. But we need to be able to say, these are the things that are expected of a Node platform at an absolute minimum. So that, that if it's, if you've written to those, it's just going to work.
Then I think you just need the tools that let you easily figure that out.
Right.
Whatever set you've picked, how do I as a developer know, yeah, I actually hit that set and nothing else?
It sounds like you do need profiles, right? But otherwise, either you're constraining yourself to be too small.
Right. Yeah, if you want to have several profiles, probably makes sense.
Well, we have constituents right now that are at this level of VM, not the minimal subset VM. So I guess we can also say we're not seeing enough pull from real implementers that are trying to go do this. So if maybe Microsoft will have teams that are beginning to explore that, and you can come with that problem statement to the DSC and ask it at that point. We'll solve that problem at the point when there are individuals that are trying to align with that. And realistically, we're going to be gold plating the solution to something that we aren't mapping to a real implementer's need at this point.
Right, you're saying there's no business requirement for somebody to claim something less than the full set.
No,
Anyway,
right.
so,
Right.
yeah.
No one here is bringing that need yet, and I know that I'm excited to see the day of that implementation. I know some folks have explored that, and Tessel was kind of one of the hopes, and they've moved on to kind of an open source evolution that's have that business pull.
Right.
So we'll come back to it. Excited about it. So
So for the time being, since we only have the two for sure, we can follow a rule similar to what TC39 has, where it requires at least two implementations to be able to say that this is. So if we say if it's green in both, right, then it's part of that subset.
Mm-hmm.
So shared array buffer wouldn't be on that list right now since it's not implemented in both. Or it's still showing red in V8's column. So if it's green in both, good. It gets into that set for that node major, right? If we do get other platforms that come and say we just simply can't do this, like this particular grouping or column because of resource constraints, at that time we can look to see if we need to create a more minimal subset.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not trying to optimize prematurely. Does that seem reasonable? Okay.
V18.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Google team.
So, how? Well, ask this. How often do we update this based on the two implementations? Do we do it just when I'm getting ready to cut 8, right? In a couple of weeks. Do we snapshot it when 8 is cut and say that's what it has? That's the thing for 8's lifetime, and just snapshot it at each major.
Does Chakra need it yet? Like, is there any? You need the compliance when you get to the point where you want to claim something else is node, right?
Are we there yet?
Are we there yet? Is my question. Like, why define these and do whatever work it's going to take to maintain them if we're not there yet, right? Like, so it's up to.
I think it's good that we at least have the requirements of making these. I'm not sure how soon these policies can be implemented in the community. I think we
should take some of the community as well here, right? So, and what do people actually expect when they are talking about the language, right? So, we consider the table as one side that this is what Node is going to offer, but that may not necessarily be what the community really expects.
Let me introduce you to Babel. And it's skating ahead of the fun.
I'm just back to what problem that we have today would we solve with this?
Right.
Like if there's a concrete one, great. If there isn't, then maybe we can foresee the problem, but do we have it today?
Let me ask you this: how close do you consider Node Chakra to being production? Tell somebody to put it into production and use it.
I think I could take that one. I would say that it's functionally almost there. I think there's one thing that we ought to look at is the performance aspects, and then one of the things we got to cover in the Chakra piece is really the internationalization aspect.
Right.
Okay. So we are close. I mean, we are kind of working. If you kind of take a look at the Chakra 4.2 branch that we currently have, functionality-wise, we're almost there. And one of the things we are looking at is kind of going and cutting the trees in the coming month or so. Of course, the time is not set in stone, but we are fairly close to that point.
See, for me, that would be the gating factor. Is that as long as it's still experimental, right? We don't need the set.
Right.
If it's something that you're telling customers, put this in your production environment, at that point, we need to have that subset, that profile.
So we have some comments actually from Boaz Sender, who I messaged to tell him we were talking about this. So he mentions, and maybe you can build on this, Intel Zephyr.
Yeah.
And that Zephyr is kind of like has a third implementation starting to happen, where Zephyr is implementing Node-like features and could benefit from a test suite to show that it is or is not Node.
Yeah, but I think it's pretty far from being Node. Like basically, in Zephyr there is require, but if you don't require a very specific thing, then it doesn't work. So, I mean, yes, it's building towards that, but it's very, very limited. So it's only and modules are implemented only on demand. Like you're probably going to need FS, but you might not, because there are these small devices where you just download a JavaScript file into the device and it gzips it, and then it unzips it into the memory of the device, and that's it. And so there is no FS there. So that's where that's at.
So before we table the language level discussion, where are we today with our acceptance of VM level changes in a December major? And I know that's a kind of an evolving consideration, so maybe that would color what we could expect in the December major allocation.
We don't give any special allocation, consideration for that. It's that if something is added to the language and added by the VM, it just whatever that VM is, as long as there's ABI stability maintained, we take the new version and then it comes in, right? Async await is a example where we accepted async await within a major. I think technically it would be a December minor, but it just came in and it just kind of appeared one day. It's a difficult question. I mean, we don't treat those special. It's whatever the VM gives us.
It's the ABI changes that we're still.
Right. If the ABI changes, then it's December major, and we wait. So, but I mean, it raises a good point. So I mean. Getting back to it, it's like if we could snapshot these when you're ready for production, when Chakra is ready for production, I think that's going to make the most sense. It's when do we update it, right? From that point on.
How does the browser do this? Right, the browsers aren't taking snapshots either.
Right. I'm not quite sure.
And there's no LTS. No one's doing LTS support. Is Edge doing LTS support anymore? Are we all evergreen these days?
Wasn't it now? It's just up to the application writers.
Yeah,
if you want to
just
support
like
different
Finger
browsers,
X
you have to
or something.
figure out whether things you're using are good are across the browsers you want to support, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
apart from some very specific API like FS, TLS, these kind of things, something like can I use? Like it's the most. Like to some extent, it's being Node or not Node. It's a binary question. Is it A or B? Now, as long as there is no trademark legal factor into play, which is a completely different story than what I'm talking about. We are talking about here, as far as I presume, which is on the Java side and other things, with the trademark stuff. But as long as we have a way to track down, like not green, but also on the API that we export, okay, and we can clarify exactly what we want to check and so on, I wouldn't. I think the community might even react well on not having a formal yes/no stance to some extent. Okay, I am. This is at least before saying we need a yes/no. Like how you define something that is 80% Node?
Right. Yeah. Sure.
Right.
Yeah, that
That's,
Well,
that's why I think we would need some sort of a flag that's going to be able. We're going to be able to throw that in an engine's invocation, and a dependency manager is going to be able to listen to that. As a test for language level feature support. Let's say it's async awaits in 711. No.
Yeah. I think so.
Okay.
7.7.
7.7.1. So we have from the module author's point of view, someone who's building out something that has async await support, they're going to have an engine invocation. What we have now in terms of API, an engine invocation in their package that says you need greater than 771. With that expectation, that module author is asserting that their language level feature should be available in 771, and therefore, if the node, with the Chakra core VM doesn't support that, then we would break the end user contract that we have today with the user.
The challenge with that is it assumes that the module developer knows when that feature is available or not, and that's not always the case. I've seen most of the time that's not the case.
Okay. Could I ask a question here? What would happen in the case that you're talking, Dan? If there is a module developer who takes a dependency on async await today, right, in its module, and let's say that the 771 it was available. What happens if there is a user who's using V6 or Node version 6, and he now has a dependency on that module? What happens in that case today?
So if you're on your dependency install, if there is an engine's invocation in the package, you'll get a notification about that. So it's kind of more like a compile time error. Unfortunately, if you ship that and push that out to production, and you're like, oh great, it's good, solve my dependencies, and you hit that sort of language feature, yeah, your application.
I guess you can't use multiple. Can you specify multiple engines? Because in this case, what we're almost saying is you might want to say I can use the V8 engine 7.4.8 or the Chakra 1 7.3, right?
For the engines, I think you can only specify one
node and the version,
one node.
or npm and the version.
Right, so that's not quite enough for these cases. Right?
You can specify a Semver range, but that's not going to help you
either. Like you almost need your engine to be factor in the underlying platform in this case, which is what we don't want.
And it goes back to the same point, though, that a lot of module developers are not going to have that granularity of knowledge of when these things are added and when they're available, when they're not available. And there's plenty of modules in the ecosystem today that make no use of engine whatsoever, that have specific dependencies on versions. You have to look at the README or trial and error to see exactly which one it supports.
It's back to Ali's question. What do the browsers do today? Are there tools that help developers figure out if they're, I wrote some code, do I have to just test it on all the browsers, or is there some tool that can tell me, sorry, you're using things that won't let you run on IE or won't let you run on...
I mean, a lot of developers actually they just use transpilers, right? So that is an example.
Right.
TypeScript is another example.
Transpile down to the least common denominator.
It's like, hey, what those transpilers do is they look for the language feature. If it is available, they use it natively. If it is not available, they transpile it down. And then you can just use it. Because most of the, not all, but most of the ES6 features, for example, could be done or rewritten using ES5. New syntax, but then there is pieces which is just glue, right? Like there are these.
Right.
So there are pieces you can get done that way, but then of course some of the pieces you can get done. So it does not give you 100% coverage. But what we've typically seen, kind of coming from a TypeScript background, is not a lot of people end up complaining about it. Most of the developers themselves are able to figure out, hey, what are the pieces that are actually available, and are we can transpile them down, and they use those tool chains.
There's resources like Can I Use and things like that.
I mean, the Can I Use is
I use might be if we had the equivalent.
yeah. The Can I Use is not as much applicable to JavaScript today, to be honest.
Yeah.
More for the other parts of the browser, but you'll not find JavaScript documentation there.
Yeah.
It is improving, though, I would say. It has been improving.
Just to add, not to be on all those new JavaScript features, but there is a fairly sizable chunk of companies that are actually transpiling on to run a Node as well.
Yeah.
Like huge number.
Sure.
Like, so at least all the React camp, which is fairly significant in our user base, I would have to say. It's all using JSX, which means they are transpiling, and most of the time they are transpiling also ES6 modules and other things that they will need to transpile forever, because what they have as ES6 modules in there is not what we will have in core. So that's just to saying that the transpiling route from my end user point of view is not well. I wouldn't recommend anybody to do so, but they are doing it anyway. So it's
But we're transpiling to a standard where with Node we're transpiling to a platform that's stable at this point, but like
not necessarily transpiling to a standard, like for this, in the case of Babylon ES6 modules, right? They're transpiling to something that is definitely not spec compliant, but works in Node. So it's like, and the thought strikes me as you're talking about the transpiling stuff, having this minimal subset of this is what works. This is the minimal set of 262 language features, whatever. Actually helps with the transpiling also. It says, okay, transpile to this subset. Don't use anything beyond this, and it'll work in 8. You'll know it'll work in 9.
And I know a lot of folks as 6 came out were very keen to sort of like, can I get cut down on my transpile with the new game.
Okay.
I mean, the other thing, just kind of throwing it out there, right? Like as a discussion point with ECMAScript sort of adopting an annual release cycle, right? And one of the other ways we could think about is like, hey, with Node, one of the things we're going to do is we're going to align with that cadence. And during that year, if there are multiple changes that need to happen, at that time we just let VMs catch up to the next wave of the spec features, and that by the next year they would have caught up. Like one of the big reasons we pushed for a change in TC39 to move to a train model rather than doing specs for 5 years is so that all of us as VM vendors can actually keep, rather than playing the catch-up game, we all are evolving.
Beating it, yeah.
It's like, hey, now we are snapping to ES 2017 soon enough. So that's the standard. And like, hey, all of you VMs, if you have to play nice, you have to get there, right? And that becomes a standard. Like, the next LTS and the sorry, not the LTS, but the stable and the other version which comes in between, we can say, hey, the previous version is what we all should support. And then within the next year, VMs have to get to the next level, and that's the version we support. That also sort of brings like, I feel it will make the Node and TC39 more collaborative in that way, because you are establishing a clear relationship in terms of the timelines that you'll be following with the community. Right? Hey guys, if you're thinking about it this way, from a Node perspective, this is how it impacts our project.
So I think aligning that, saying that it only becomes part of Node's supported profile if it's green in both columns, both Chakra and V8. Now that causes a slight disconnect with TC39 because their implementations might be SpiderMonkey and V8, and Chakra might not have gotten to it yet or whatever. So there'll be some disconnects there. Something becomes official part of the language, but there may be a lag. But it has to be green in both those two VMs in order for it to be supported. And then if another VM comes along, says we want to do the implementation but that profile doesn't work, then we take another look at it and see if we want to create a smaller profile. That seem reasonable to everybody? Okay.
Works for me.
We got about an hour and a half. Do we want to take a quick 15-minute break?
Yeah, let's do a break.
Let's leave for 1 second.
Like just tighten it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get too old to sit all day.
So. Cloud functions. Got nothing there. Got this one. Super simple.
Thanks for taking notes, by the way.
We'll wait 20 minutes.
You're everybody's favorite person because of that.
Totally.
Target, I've never used cloud
Let's
functions.
invite Josh
Okay.
to every meeting.
But I'll
He takes good notes.
Yeah, it was pretty thorough. That's for sure.
I've been working on this.
Here, I'll come over there. Yeah. So literally just so I can put a break right there and change the response and just put it there. So go and see. Would we can curl it. Get it. Cool. So we know that's working. Go here and I go down to debug. I don't even know like what that looks like. Yeah, so why is that not showing?
So
Is that the agent?
Okay.
and probably there's another update inside this object. So log level is inside of debug property.
Okay, so I want to do. This, so that should.
Well, we have.
Oh, yeah, we have mine.
I can just let me type it out.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we need to update the docs then. I can follow up with people who are handling the docs there because I was just following the
I
document.
also feel like if I don't capture all the notes, like capturing the notes, like solidifies it.
Yeah.
Yes, this is what we all decided. Here it is. And now we can move forward.
Yeah.
So it doesn't get lost. That was the one that was missed, or probably one of a few.
I can even look up and send a CL for that.
The NAT abstraction is such that
So how do I?
we want to do that. They don't need Mozilla anymore. Like, they don't need
Right.
It will not be that hard.
So I did fix it.
And they have. Okay.
How would they deal with
I will
all the
message him. Maybe that's actually the problem that he's having.
No, he has
Oh.
the right one.
But you,
Well,
well,
no,
you've shimmed it. You've shimmed the V8 for those.
For yes, I guess that's more
Yeah, it's sort of the lull.
It's at the low cycle. It's
you know. I mean, they could do what we've been talking about for a while, which is
Got long?
taking Jefferson out. I would say I never.
It was pretty loud.
You heard everybody?
Yeah, they have. I don't know. Hotels always have like a big span.
Someone else could just take the proximity.
You don't hear the people in the other, like, talking in other rooms and stuff.
Proximity known.
What was that? But yeah, I can do that.
We should have some way to confirm for all of these guys. Like,
You know what? I think I know.
no matter what problem you have, Shilling will solve it. There's like all kinds of things you could like start creating. But the problem you're talking about is where you want to get Node like Node 4 working with some of these.
Yeah, but that's the issue. That's it. So those things for
Tonight we'll
adoption,
sleep on the phone.
on adoption
Because you'll be
point of view
so tired.
are very important. No, to
So that apple was good. I'm gonna have more of that.
as a module author, I'm
Just one in the bag.
now. Okay, and it needs to look really putting the effort. No, it's really weird. And I captured the support from previous ones. I'm not doing it. Like, full stop.
Yeah.
No, it has absolute, not worth my time until all that JS versions are.
Okay, it's being on the stream or something. Okay, I'll just leave it there.
Oh yeah, we're
Heads up.
probably calling it.
It has.
Yeah, hey, hi guys. No, that's modify where we are.
Yeah, I think we're not solving any problem.
Working away.
Just
Aspect of it. The first aspect is
was kind of
how do you
crash landing.
I think those tests working like where to 10, where to 12, you can probably backwards
At the last minute.
How much could I get?
Other part is have a version that's already running, and you don't want to change it, you don't want to upgrade it.
Yeah, you don't want to upgrade Node while you
Memory corruption was right at the end. And I'm like, dude, those are so terrible.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. How do I find that one?
I know.
You did,
and
so.
I don't even know how, but I think it might have been a bug in in my code because I switched to
for some time.
copying like an array of values.
I don't know. I'm
One of
just.
them is just give it a pointer and
The second one is harder.
I'm just thinking of the reverse. The reason why you're saying it is go all the way back to 6.0, 4.0 is because
I have to get off my back to
people don't have to get off within.
you know.
Right.
And I looked at the old code.
I don't know if this maybe
The old code I was also using making a copy.
I don't know, but yeah, we have to
So
think.
I was like, okay, that's
You forgot that you had the same problem earlier.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Adding something and
I didn't even
that's what it is. You can test back.
That IoT is a pretty big piece. Like,
Well, we can make it easier for people to upgrade the runtime that they have.
Yeah, what I like. So
Because
that
right
problem.
now it just requires their manual intervention.
Yes, so they don't know. Like more or less, they don't know.
This
Yeah.
that
P1 is like,
Okay.
and I use like maybe like 10% of the repo.
One of the things I want to understand
P minus one.
Right.
I had a Java binding,
upgrade within majors, or are you saying that even if there was
cloud service.
a patch or like security fix that came out
to
into
like
the smart binding, so they always stay on the same binary?
More or less.
Yeah.
More or
So in
less.
that situation,
More or less. I.
Right.
It's basically a reference to
To everybody that does that, but especially on that boxes.
Guys haven't ever looked at it.
It's awesome. Like,
Can't expect if you in a room, you can't expect all of them to be on there. I would
That
say.
wouldn't bother me quite as, I mean, it's annoying, maybe. It's like,
what is it? I better make that.
And it was for me enough for you. Now I am the developer that have installed that one.
How
So this is an offer, okay? And I'm installing a NAPI module that runs on 4. But you are on 4.
You know, when you start
It's different. Now it doesn't work on your
Right, yeah.
and their email is not.
I want to hear, grade 4.
Somebody's looking.
Well, you might want to even do that, but it's like
Yeah, sometimes you don't see that.
the way it's communicated.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm still way before that.
Right, okay.
It's not because it's what you want. Because I don't know how you can cast.
Right, yeah.
What happens is you try to
And it,
put a NAPI module on a version of Node that doesn't have that compiled. What error does it give?
Like today it just says
you can
version is matched.
Yeah, it tells you version is matched, so you do npm rebuild, and it doesn't work.
Right.
What?
NPM could warn you.
Yeah, but so
They can't even either because they don't know.
Okay. No, because then they could,
Right.
but
What if
they could warn you.
later and say, oh, hi, I'm here too.
Right, they would have to have it.
So that's my problem. So the thing where I'm going in this thing is in order to
Function problems like
Right.
you discovered.
if you don't want to be a 5 years process, you need to find a way to actually being able to not for the period.
But I guess
If you can make if we can make that happen, then the transition is straight up.
Okay, great.
I think
And it should go quick.
I think it's doable to like port it all the way back to and say their binary. That's not a problem. What you're basically saying
Because they'll never get that.
exactly. So they need to be npm installable way of
That makes sense. Michael?
kind of.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Okay? You need to revert to the previous version of the thing.
Oh, yeah.
Of the previous version of how things works. And that's absolutely fine. They need to compile the running from scratch if they rebuild and so on. But at least it should work. Like there should be a way to
Is he recovering well?
There will need to be some logic there that if you are installing a core, go grab this thing from NPM. But it's not out of the question, and
It is.
you have developers, a bunch of developers who are going to say that no, my thing needs to work on core.
Isn't
And I
that
don't
how
want
NAM works? NAM is a module that you put in.
Yeah.
So
Well, and pull down just for the.
Obviously, he's already sent it.
Yeah.
So
So they go to
Yeah, we
some
think
kind of log purely internal, like we don't want to have a.
it's great, it's fantastic, but we need to get, if you need to get traction in this,
Yeah, you look at
the log
basically covering by the VM and basically just like virtual. Oh, like that. Know how to get.
no, it's like
I have a pretty good feel for what part of the land is right now. You probably tell from.
We're gonna get started here in a couple minutes. 2 more minutes.
And it shouldn't cover everything. Like, it's only a subset of what you need.
So installing that thing is still going to
Is that bad?
So it's like.
Yeah, like a
Yeah.
pre-chip.
Huh.
And that's
So you
NVM.
It's not that long, it's not like.
I don't know how it will work, but
That's actually the next.
It's not all the usual suspects.
How do we bootstrap installing these things?
one of my colleagues sent me your message.
We were talking about bootstrap.
Oh, okay.
About the.
Well, it kind of plays all in.
I've been working on this.
It's a,
I do a few more things and then I'll post, so, you know, I
Yeah.
want to do this and
discussion. So I just want to.
I was curious about memory issues. Is it like or memory?
Oh,
use?
no.
Is
So
it-
the major problem, it's bad memory use patterns.
Okay, so like, oh, I create a bunch of sparse arrays and I didn't.
No,
Or-
even worse. It's even things that build up in. So if you have your project,
Oh, yeah.
grab some stuff and you schedule an IO activity, and that thing varies some objects. Okay.
Well, that's why we haven't done, right?
Now that we have a spike of traffic, and all of these are built.
No, so that was
Like, I don't know how. Yeah. That if you never go down. That's what happens. That's how we.
Why would it never go down? Eventually, things will get processed, right?
It doesn't shrink.
Oh, so I guess once it allocates, once the heat grows, it never comes down, right?
Oh, it keeps taking. It keeps that
Be as
space.
small as
Actually, traffic.
Well, it's over that over long time.
Or I've never used that.
More on the. We want to keep it small. We want to
Just copied that. The RSS site, that site stays. Once it goes out, once it grows, it stays there.
So no, the fix is you want to say don't have closure capture all
Yes,
of this
but
stuff,
here's the
right?
problem. So here's the problem. Now the problem in those situations is what is taking up all the space.
Right.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started here again.
Those situations.
Yeah.
So this is
We already talked
now
about color is like run the script.
how I know that it happens because you start studying. How power all the people, the majority of the people in the community to track down those problems. So those are where
Do you have these kind of patterns documented somewhere?
we can discuss. Let's discuss it in the.
Okay. Let's go ahead and circle up again
In the template stuff, yeah. To be honest.
So the really good news is we've actually got through most of the agenda. And I only think we have a few things to talk about. We've got another hour. Keep chatting, whatever we think we need to cover. But the one thing we haven't really covered yet, and I honestly don't know how much we need to get into it, is the whole kind of JIP issue. Specifically with the module ecosystem as it exists today, very dependent on JIP. JIP's going away, of course, and we have a whole conversation happening within core about what's going to happen with that and how that needs to evolve. But there is a very real issue with regards to the dependency that has been pushed on the existing module ecosystem for using JIP, right? Just like, we've required them to use the V8 APIs, we've required them to use JIP in order to get anything done, right? So what, if anything, can we do to make that better and kind of just make the overall story of installing and building these native modules, how do we make that better, right? So we don't run into this kind of issue again, right? This JIP issue. So personally, I have no ideas on that, so I'm hoping somebody else has some thoughts.
Can you update us on the latest thinking from the Node core about that evolution?
We're still not entirely sure. So this came up a couple, like 2 CTC meetings ago or something like that, I think.
In the V8 call, I think.
Oh, yeah, it was the V8 call. Basically, I think Core's still kind of getting their head around what's happening with it. What it looks like in the near term, Core will just maintain the JIP build ourselves. There's an effort, I think Dory's working on it, to have basically a JS implementation of JIP that we would support ourselves and maintain that build, that way building for at least the foreseeable future. There was a conversation on that call about potentially switching to even just going back to a make style build and just do that. The challenge, of course, is that this huge ecosystem of developers that are dependent on JIP, right, for installing these things. So we can move, Core can move to whatever works for us. VMs can move to whatever works. How do we move the module ecosystem? And that's something we do not have our head around.
Isn't the way most people use Node.jip is just part of NPM or I guess yarn or whatever? Like nobody actually.
NPM install, basically.
Yeah, but they don't have. Do you have to install Node.jip yourself?
No.
Yeah,
NPM
does it for you.
Yeah.
So if we changed underneath, it would it would mainly be us communicating with like npm or other package managers, right?
Hopefully, yeah. So there's a lot of there's a lot of modules out there that have the like binding.git, right? Yeah. They have this this thing in there, right? In the build, the assumption of these modules is that that's how they're getting built, right?
Okay.
So there's a risk that there's we could provide some tooling, but
Jeep is not going away. Let's say it's the full situation is Jeep is not going away. There's no possible.
Why? Because of the binding.git file that everyone depends on, or
yeah,
because we could translate that?
Yeah, but no, that's me to play. So it's not about translation, okay? It's about the cost of translation. So people will not do that. Just like there needs to be some clear advantage in the new system. So in the overall scheme of things, supporting, we can say we not support GIP anymore, okay? Like even if we say that, what does it mean for the ecosystem? And those modules are already installed via not GIP and npm.
Wait, but if we translated binding.git inside whatever Node.js++, then I guess it's a little funny that binding.git would still be a way to compile something with like CMake or something, but they wouldn't have to touch their code if they didn't want to, right?
Yeah, that's of course. Well, on this you are right, but you are so if we are at the point that we have another competing thing, and we can translate from binding.git to the new thing, okay, and we are ready. If we can just keep maintaining GIP ourselves, it's less effort. Like I don't.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just saying the other side.
Yeah, but it's like no, it is all of it is possible, but we need to keep in mind that there are versions on npm. People do not upgrade their Node and npm installations, and in order for this to come pass by, we will need to wait a huge chunk of time. It's not.
There are modules out there that make more specialized uses of GIP.
Yeah.
In their pre-installed scripts and stuff that.
So, well, my general impression is the same subset of modules that could be moved to to the V8 FFAI binding. Those were the easy one to translate. Just to answer your question, but something like, for example, let's consider how level down builds with GIP. It's a nightmare. Let me say, at some point I had to make some fixes in level down, and it was understanding what was happening in there was not fun. Okay, because the nice thing about GIP is that you can nest things. Okay, so you can nest GIP files, load GIP files. Okay, and it becomes quite interesting. There is a project called Node.git. Okay, it's a libgit shoe binding that it also bundled its own OpenSSL version, and it uses the GIP file for SSL done by Node Core. No, just to clarify, what are the usage of these things in practice? So it seems like to some extent keep maintaining that or having our own version of it, and migrating people to the new version of it to some extent might be easier than migrating them to something completely different. But if we have something completely different, it's also fine. But the other one is not going away.
I think a very legitimate question is: do we need to do anything different? Like, it will be possible to use GIP to build an API module, right? The only thing we need is some flag in there that says, "Hey, you don't actually have to rebuild this thing, so don't do it." Which is another piece of metadata that we can figure out how to insert in there somewhere.
You don't even need that.
When you do an npm rebuild,
Yeah.
right, it rebuilds all the native modules.
Yeah, but why you do an npm rebuild?
You're going to have situations where some modules are still using NAN, some modules in your dependency tree are using an API. So when you upgrade Node, the modules that are using an API don't need to be rebuilt, but the other ones do.
Yeah, but from an end user perspective, it's not changing much in their workflow.
But when you actually do the npm rebuild, you don't want it to touch the NAN.
No, because what you do most of the time with those build thing, you actually may trigger a node pre-gip or node whatever solution, so that you can.
The module itself can say don't rebuild.
The module itself can say do not rebuild.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Okay. So again, the full tool chain on how we ship an API thing, it needs to be designed or decided. Who do we need to where do we need to send pull requests? Okay. Right. So and work with those people for a general solution that goes through them, but it's feasible. It's you can't. As the moment you control it yourself, we control it from the. So the npm install process is really flexible. Now, saying that we can support this in Yarn is another story. I'm not entering that discussion. But npm is super flexible, so we can easily install whatever we want, including viruses in it. So it's like that's ours. You see, if we can more or less download a bunch of code from wherever we want and just do it. So it's more a matter of actually sitting down and discussing what are the options for the pipeline and just doing that and just working with the community on the best way to implement this or develop our own tools. Also, that's also possible.
Is that I guess I'll again be a devil's advocate. Would it be better to use CMake or something like that, which is you can rely on someone else to maintain?
So right now, what we are doing, it's Node GIP is shipped within Node. I will, within npm. So which is part of Node.
Yeah.
So we are shipping with it.
Oh, true.
Okay. I wonder like how many changes flow through GIP anyway. Like over the last year, how many updates were there? If the answer was like 3, then the maintenance is really going to be nothing, right?
Well, there is Python, so that depends on Python. So it depends on Python 2.7.
Right, there is that.
Like it's an aging tool in the general scheme of things.
And won't we also see, like, as Make evolves and Xcode in VS 2017, like, we're going to have to update it to support those? Nobody else, like, till now we could rely on V8.
Right, yeah. Yeah, so that's why I don't have a good feel for, like, how much it evolves each year. If it's substantial, then, we don't want to do that.
At some point, if like I said, I know Fedora is something like this, and there's efforts of okay, how can we reasonably maintain this in a way that's not going to put too much of a burden? After a while, it's going to become too much of a burden, no matter what. There's going to be enough changes where, Node core people aren't going to be wanting to do a build for forever, right? They want to work on Node. So we may want to switch, but at that point, GIF's not going away.
No, it's got to be an additive.
It just has to be after this date. If you want to do anything, on this platform or higher, then you're going to have to use, CMake or whatever else. Right?
Yeah, but this is
Node dash whatever else.
I don't know. I have no idea. At this point, it's like predicting what will happen. It's more somebody really frustrated will actually add the support for the platform that is missing, and I'm more lean to that way rather than the reverse.
Better pre-optimized, yeah.
It's I don't see any way. So having our own version of it, maintaining it,
having a version written in JavaScript, whatever, happy days. Okay, I'm not saying we need to keep the code base as it is right now. What I'm just saying is the module ecosystem. I don't know what you think of it. The module ecosystem is. You have some data, maybe? That's a question for everybody.
400,000 packages, over 3 million
I was gonna say
little modules.
How many native ones?
Yeah, how many?
30,000 was the number that we cut out for Nappy.
30,000 native modules running there.
There was some estimate around 10% of the overall.
Yeah, but
so it's 10% of when we.
Yeah, but my problem is that 10%. How many dependencies they have?
Yeah.
So that's what is the actual
impact
on all of this? Like it's.
So I mean, this could potentially be a fun collaborator summit topic to carve out a group of folks and establish a new team of individuals that are like, yes, let's go do this.
But based on the conversation, what I'm hearing is that it's not a VM issue. It's not an API issue. It's just a more fundamental Node ecosystem issue, and there's probably not going to be anything that this group can do to resolve this particular problem.
Oh, we don't have people with strong opinions here.
Right. And the fact that we can still use the existing model for installing an API module just means that it's just going to make it easier for us to roll it out as one of the options, right?
Or we can ship a new tool for Nappy modules and use that to drive to drive the adoption.
Great idea.
And like these are two different ways of thinking about the problem.
Right.
But I'm not we are just brainstorming and venting opinions at this point. I'm not.
I think the path of least resistance would be to just use JIP.
Yeah, I'm 100%. I'm 100% behind using JIP, but I'm the one that said JIP is not going away.
Yeah. It's just if we provide something new specifically for Nappy modules, like why,
Well, it's one additional thing that the ecosystem would have to learn and adds to the friction.
Yeah, I think when JIP starts to break, that's when we're really going to be faced with it. Like because of all the different new like the backends for JIP, right? Like it's got like Make and Ninja and those things. Like when those things, Make is not very likely to ever break, but things like Ninja and Visual Studio, those things probably will break eventually, and then it's just going to organically resolve itself because it just has to keep working.
Either people will patch it, fix it, or they'll move on.
Or throw it away. Yeah.
Do we need to establish some sort of abstraction layer to deal with the eventual? I'm sorry. I gave you guys a half an hour and then I was out.
It'll have a JIP backend.
So I would have to say on the thing there is no one from the NPM CLI team in this room.
Yeah.
So they need to be involved in whatever discussion that on that. Node Core can do whatever it wants.
Sure.
Okay, so we should just get rid of it probably at this point. But we need to work with the NPM CLI team, probably also with Yarn, just venting the fact that there is another competitor. Maybe they will fix it. I don't know. Sorry.
The more important thing for I think for us right here is that JIP will still work with the new modules, with API modules. That we're not going to run into any situation there. basically just kind of, I'm trying to think through what the roadblocks for adopting the new right group over here on this side, kind of talking about what some of those were, and getting a something that will work on V4 will be important. Native module developers are not going to want to have to do one way for 4 and then another way for 6 and up. It doesn't have to be built into 4. It's not necessarily something we would land there is the LTS, especially I think because we go into maintenance in April for 4. So it won't be landing any new features.
At that point, it really will have a year left.
Yeah, it only has a year left of ability to support.
I'm not sure how quickly the modular system is going to switch over. Will 4 be a problem, or will be it gone by the time?
We still have people saying that
Yeah.
they will refuse to drop support for 0.10. So
Yeah, even if the support drops officially from the foundation, people
still use
Well,
it.
we have seen that there is, looking at the data, there is a healthier adoption cycle once you get on the V4 train. And, when I've spoken to many of those individuals who are stuck back on 8 or 10, it's actually the native modules in many cases that are holding them. That they're native written directly against V8 APIs that are vital to their production reality, and
could we consider
impact?
Consider a native module an API version down to?
Actually, we should just backport to version 4.
But that's what I'm saying. Like,
that won't be. We won't be able to land it in version 4.
yeah, you can't.
No, but even if you backport, people will run an old version of the binary, so you can't.
Yeah.
You can even backporting does not.
They're not going to update.
Does not change things.
So wait a minute. They're not going to update Node, but they are going to update the native module.
Of course. That's
Because it's easier. They just run an npm update. And
it's an npm update. They will get what they get. They see npm outdated. They see, oh, this is this doesn't.
Do they really update anything? They're not willing. They're not even looking at updating their node. Do they do an update?
No, because
it's frozen. Like they don't want to change.
This is what I've seen. Like I'm not.
I don't think we could help address that. That's one of the things when we were working like MVS and MVM. Like if you could do an MVS update or MVM update, and it did that might help with that.
Yeah, but
might be orthogonal to what we're saying.
Those are really things are in there. Well, some of that is already in place probably, but I don't see it happening. I just don't see it happening. Okay? I'm not. What we are doing right now to tell people upgrade your Node version to the latest release of the current major. They're not doing it.
Why don't I propose this? So once 8 goes out, and we give it another like a month or two to see what the adoption curve is going to be, right? How quickly do people fall off on 8 or 4? Sorry, because when 8 comes out, 4 is going to go into maintenance. We will not be porting minors. It will just be critical patches only or security fixes only for the next year.
I guess if it's critical, though, we could make an exception.
I don't see it as necessarily being critical because it's something that could be done as a native module on NPM that says if you're using 4 and want to use NAPI, use this module and write your code to that.
Yeah, if we can do that. Anyway, we can look at that first. Yeah.
The point more is that there needs to we need to consider a approach that allows developers to target 4 and not just 6 and 8 and 10 in the future, or else it will have a much more difficult time bootstrapping native module developers and using the new API. Now is the point Matteo was making.
If we look at the module thing and it's going to be so much work we can't do it or we just can't do it, the backport is actually trivial, right?
Yeah, but it's not.
Matteo, aren't you saying that 6 also is going to be a problem because you have people on 6.1?
So the problem is like you open up a random person laptop and they're running 6.7, 6.5, add one 6.1 or something.
That's already a bit of a problem.
Yeah, but that's
they're
what
not doing security updates.
that's what. Sorry, for me as a module author, I do not want. I'm not going to move my things to Nappy if I'm going to get people screaming on my issue tracker. This does not work on 6.1.2. Okay, like I do not want that. I really receive emails. Your module does not work on my machine. I will lose my job. Literally.
And as we already said, though, it's
just
compatibility only, right? Like,
yeah, but
it's an argument. The argument there then becomes: is it better to deliver a Nappy as a native module? Period. Right.
Yeah.
Should we even bake it into Node at all?
Well,
you're going to add an extra overhead for sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
but I don't think you want that as your real answer because. Use V8, translate to something else, translate back, and you're adding like a whole other layer.
Build it into Node at a certain point, and for everything below that point, earlier than that point, we'll use this native add-on.
Reasonable. Yeah, if we look at it, it's practical.
But how do you hook into the module loading process though?
Well, you'd have to load. No, it'd have to end up be loading as a regular module.
Yeah.
The call gets made out. Then you need to translate. Like we had helpers to start with. You'd have to say, I've got all the stuff called to me as V8. I'm going to translate those to Nappy things. Now I'm going to call your other stuff. So you'd have to do something special in your module.
Yeah, but they're already doing that for when you require the native binding. So it's fine. Like it's having a couple of more lines of JavaScript is not a problem.
It won't be JavaScript, it'll be more C code.
Yeah, but you write the C code, you embed the C code in a JavaScript module. It boils down to be a JavaScript module in there.
Okay,
yeah. So for that, it will require something, and it's done.
Nappy is a dependency. You have the headers there. You put in hash include nappy.h, and the binary gets loaded somehow.
So there'd have to be some logic in there that says, okay, what version are we running on? Nappy part of Node or not? Part of this version of Node.
Yeah.
And if it's there, you don't have to worry about this module.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, it could work the same way as Nan does. Yeah. Right. Like you include nappy.h or whatever.
Well, no, the thing needs to be the C code needs to be the exact same as you will use natively.
Yeah.
Some way to make it run, if it's possible, down to 0.10. Like this is as part of a without an update of the VM.
10 doesn't exist anymore.
10 does still exist. I'm sorry.
It is unsupported.
I'm sorry.
I know you live in user space and real customers, but like and that's awesome. But in terms of official support from the TSC and the foundation, those are no longer supported.
That doesn't mean that somebody from the ecosystem working on this, like a Google, like a Microsoft, whatever, can get it published and make sure that it works in a way that is compatible with what's actually in core.
Right.
And if doing so allows us to bootstrap the use of this easier, then there's a significant.
Yes. So for me, it's more about bootstrapping the user base, looking at from a user base perspective. You see, we have given that it has been a problem for everybody, including Nan, the Nanshu thing, and so on. It has been a problem for everybody in this community. We might just move it a little bit, say, well, we have solved this problem. Okay, if you want this compatibility layer, in 2-3 years time, you might want to remove this module from package.json. Fine,
but it's going to be slower.
But if you come up with a story that says, there's two ways we can tell the story. One is we have a new way of writing modules that works from this version of Node forward. So if you want to port your packages, you'll be supporting both Nan and this new thing, right? Or here's a new way of writing the modules that we've worked out a way for it to work all the way back to 0.10. So you rewrite it once and you support that one approach, right? And you get that legacy support in there too. That is going to be much more attractive, and those native module developers are going to say, okay, that's the one I want to do, because they're only going to have to support one, and they only have to rewrite one.
They do it at the cost of performance?
you think they do it at the cost of performance of the legacy?
I think they would. I think they would. Somewhat.
Just to be able to get to the point where they can feel like it's working, and then be in a similar execution platform with that confidence that, oh, okay, now that's working. They can take the subsequent steps to move the ball.
They keep, so there is performance versus cost of maintenance.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So if we right now maintaining an AT module has a high cost of maintenance. So if we can, part of all of this is reducing the cost of maintenance of native modules. Right. So from a user base perspective,
for the people that really care about the performance, they're not going to migrate anyway. They're going to stick to using those directly via APIs.
Well, and if you really care, you should be on 6 because it's faster already, right? Like, so yeah, you're still on 10. You're giving up a bunch of performance as it is.
So just so we know what we're buying into and biting off, the underlying V8 APIs drastically changed between the two. So we're going to have to really build out some compatibility.
Right now,
the implementation has to have conditional compilation based on the Node version, just like other native modules that support a wide range of versions.
Yeah, like we can start with this compatibility layer again, Node 4 plus, okay, and then if somebody wants to step in and do Node 10, we might even do it.
I could figure it out. I mean, we had 10 running.
They have 10 running, so
that's too far.
Very good.
Now the module loading was different, but anyway, I think the main thing will be the wrapping and compiling. If we figure it out, then we can look at how.
Yeah, I think we can take it as an action item to go back and evaluate this more technically and.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say it's a priority item, right? Get it working and
we could put it as a nice to have issue and invite and like say we would love someone to go and do that. Maybe they're our teams, maybe team in China or something like that. Just stuck there and they really need to move it forward and they can put the resources.
Yeah, I think we shouldn't change our current plan of putting a PR in as it is.
Yeah, I think the current plan should continue forward and
I don't know. I think the argument is pretty strong about if we stick to the current plan, then people are not going to adopt it because of adopting on the latest version.
I think the current plan is to get in as an experimental.
Start playing with it.
Yeah, start playing with it.
Feedback.
And then we kind of mature the API in that way. And over this time, we should also evaluate, what's the right bootstrapping strategy is when it is out of experimental.
How about we set this as a goal? So 8 is supposed to go LTS in October, right? If we get it into 8 is experimental right from the start. That gives us 6 months to kind of get that feedback loop going.
Yeah.
Let's try to see if we can solve that bootstrap problem by October.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think we'll know within a couple months we'll have time to just look at the concept and it's either going to turn out to be relatively straightforward, or add a little bit of overhead cost, or there's some gotcha that we're not thinking of right now.
And the idea there with doing it by October would be, we're going to have to make a decision. Is this thing going to be a supported part of the LTS or not?
Yeah.
Right. And I think a key part of that decision is, can we reasonably bootstrap the community to use it? Right. And we need to make sure we can answer that question. Is this something that the community actually can use?
Right. But we can wait till we get there, but I'd still argue doing nothing just pushes the problem further out. Like, even if you haven't figured that out, you may be better off saying, at least it's here, and if it's going to take 2 years to get adoption, we're started. Whereas we say, well, let's think about this for another 6 months. We've just delayed ourselves 6 months, right?
All we're really saying is
laying the foundation
Snappy as a module in addition to building the core.
If we can do
That's
it.
what we're So we're saying if it's possible.
If it's possible, literally to bring a shim layer that I compile in.
Yeah, it seems like a great idea if we can make it happen, but I don't see it should be a gator for moving forward because.
Well, in one case we can move the ecosystem
much faster
to the new one.
Right. The last bastions there. Yeah, great.
in way faster than something else. Because with that thing, we said, well, you were using NAN before, you can use NAPI, but then once you compile npm rebuild, you don't need to do npm rebuild anymore. So this is a huge.
Now you can look at the platform level changes that you need to do. You no longer have to worry about will that vital, essential native module.
You can do one pre-build for each platform. Okay, this is critical.
It's amazing. Right.
This is amazing because it's like I still stressing the pre-build problem.
We'll still need to rebuild between version 6 that has this, version 8 that has this. So if somebody goes to an older version that requires this other module, they'll have to rebuild. So there's so there's, but it goes back to the cost of maintenance at that point. You're taking on you have to rebuild in one particular case, but everything's easier to maintain over time. So. Okay.
Yeah, I think
embrace a 0 dots. It's great. It's
great. I'm not happy to say that it's marketing.
Yeah.
It's as far as
that's good.
Like there is to make an example. There is Offbeat and Thomas Watson that sent us some started to update after previous version of our logger, the Pinot thing, started to support 0.10 and said that we want to use this, but we need to maintain it on 0.10 because we have customers running on 0.10.
I was told that a company at Interactive that they were on 0.10, they would not move off 0.10 at all until it just stopped working on their OS. So they're updating OS, and they didn't update the application. That's when they'll decide to.
Yeah, I mean, at some point we'll have to start thinking about like how much do you want to bend backwards, and how much do we want to bend it backwards.
I mean,
the GSC,
TSC is like, it's done.
It's done. For me, it's done. Okay, I'm not supporting it at any place. Like people keep asking, like it's.
I mean, heck, 4 minutes ago's maintenance, just like try to land this feature in 4. No, that's not happening.
No, I think before the LTS in October, we will have enough, hopefully gathered enough feedback, and based on that feedback, we can get together again and make a call on how to really do this bootstrapping. I mean, this is certainly the very first step of bootstrapping, or at least putting the foundation in the binary itself.
We've got a whole pile of module owners who've said, I've tried it out, it's fantastic, but I needed to go back.
We should sort of revisit. So
we're still trying to get people even to look at it, then it's a difference.
Right.
But I think this is a concrete one we can look at.
No, we should.
If it's easy to do, then
I'm in fact.
Because if we can move some code.
Maybe it's just a jet lag talking, but if you want to load a NAPI module on an already released version of Node, right, no matter how old, and assuming we have an actual implementation of NAPI for that version of Node, then where do you say, please load NAPI first so that you don't have unresolved symbols?
No, but it's that you bundle NAPI into your module.
Statically linked.
So there'll be like a module you install, which has a copy of our internal CC and H file.
Okay.
You will link against that.
Okay.
Your module will be called like a regular module.
Right. Okay.
We'll have the translation that say translate this V8 object, which is the parameters. Like we had that already when we were doing our experimentations. Like,
okay,
you're calling our function. We get some V8 objects. We'll convert those to NAPI objects, and then call your something else. But the module will have to do something to.
Okay, but then there will be. Okay, so basically it'll be a dependency in the package JSON.
npm install NAPI dash.
Well, so. And this is going to be the trick, because we don't want that NAPI native module, to be downloaded and built on version 8. right?
Right.
Because that's where it's going to be.
That's good because we control the build scripts for that module. We can just short circuit if
Right.
it's already there during the install process.
If you install it, if you have it listed as one of your package JSON dependencies, npm downloads it, right?
Yeah.
It's not a conditional. So we have to play with exactly when do we grab this thing and how do we determine that we need to grab it.
I could suggest a hack: post install rm-rf.
But it may be like maybe even your module has to include the C and H files, or I don't know.
Well, it has to. I mean, it has to at least include Node.js VM API.h, right? So
You can include like actually you copy them into your module.
Oh no! But like the -i with which it gets compiled would be, in fact, the -i and the -L with which it gets compiled can be influenced by the Node version.
Right.
So, the only question is, do we build? Well, wait a minute. Yeah, if we statically link, like basically it'll be a conditional statements in some JIP saying also build Node.js VM API.cc.
Right, and you may need to export two sets of symbols, so that if you're loading in an old version of Node, it loads the old symbols. If you're loading in a version of Node that has the API, it loads the new symbols.
Yeah, because you've already compiled in.
Right,
And you're not supposed to recompile.
This will get simpler if we use the dynamic linking approach. Yeah.
Yeah, because you just have a pointer.
Right, and then you could provide that pointer however.
Going to the bootstrap question, we're going to need a tool for developers to create a Nappy project that covers these items. That says, okay, I want to be able to support build some, scaffold out some of that for me.
Generator.
We don't want to have, what we're talking about is a good deal of conditional logic here that we need to template.
We just got to figure out how we make it work first, and then we can figure out if it works. It's like, okay, how do you make it easy?
Otherwise, we look at 3 to 5 years, 3 years at least. Adoption cycle. And again, it might be that the community reacts Swift, but it's people will still need to run on Node 4 for another year, possibly another year after, and that makes Node 4 gone. Then we have Node 6, and maybe we can backward to Node 6, and it will still.
Well, we're going to backward. I mean, that's the plan for.
You're backward for Node 6, and that might, but lowest minimum time frame for which this is feasible. It's otherwise without this little shim level. It's.
I think even with it though, like you said, for people to do all the work to port.
Yeah, that's where
there's gonna have to be, I don't think everybody's gonna rush to say I want to rewrite my module anyway, right? So I just don't have expectations it's gonna be super fast.
So when NAN2 came out, how quick was that transition?
It was painful.
It was
poking people. Go here. We rewrote your damn thing. Please land this.
Get it.
What was the timeline? That's painful, but it was a lot of pain over a short period of time.
Well, there was no much point, so you couldn't really go ahead and keep doing without it.
Yeah.
There's a forcing function.
Yeah. It was probably a solid 6 months before there was enough critical mass there. And we went out and did the low hanging fruit, Node SAS kind of a thing, and hit those as fast as possible. But it was a longish process.
And was that a case where there just was no choice? Like, was it just going to stop working if you didn't do that work? The APIs.
Yeah, the APIs.
Right. So it was like versus this, which is like you're not broken.
Right.
So you were broken, but it still took.
The VM APIs had fundamentally changed, exactly. To be able to bring to make it work.
Right. That was the
forcing button.
And the forcing factor was in the next version of Node or something like that. we can't compile this anymore. And there was a big deprecation warning when you compile things. And at some point, the new version of Node came out. It didn't work.
Yeah, everybody's like, oh crap, I gotta fix it.
Yeah.
Was there a lot of resistance from the native module developers?
I resisted as much as possible.
It was just hard. It was like once if you could write the code, and I can't remember if it was Node Source or we contributed to the NAN project, but we had some symbol translation. Even with that, checking that everything was really working and the functions functioned as appropriate, non-trivial, and hopefully you wrote it with good unit tests.
That's why I'm just going, even if we make it super simple, there's no guarantee, because it's a bunch of work people have to do, testing. So
and many of the native module authors, that's not their primary language, so they're like, oh, I gotta pull out my references.
Yeah, but it's to some extent there is a fact that it's, from what I've seen, NAPIM seems way simpler to develop.
Right, the C API is
understandable. Sorry, just to clarify, is understandable why the V8 API is, sorry, folks from Google, it's not understandable by most people. It's
not written to be. Like to Ali's point, it wasn't written to be exposed to us as a user-facing API. Yeah. It's designed to serve internal purposes, and we sort of mixed in.
We're gonna make this external.
We like this.
Do we want a forcing function?
I don't think it simplified things, but I don't think it would.
I wonder if in like Node 10 we should just stop exporting the examples out of Node.
We'd probably be lynched.
Yeah. Have your fireproof suit.
And that would potentially break the condition where we said that for like your third case of high performance, you can always go direct to the underlying APIs. At least for now.
Okay, so we have 20 minutes left in the room.
I think we should just catch up on all the action items we've discussed. I think that would be
plan number 4.
Josh, I've seen you typing like diligently the whole time.
Well, right now I'm trying to reorganize stuff.
Do we already have a cadence set up for the?
Yeah, the next Summit 4. Yeah, so I think we should agree on when do we want to meet next, and some of the goals we have identified in terms of figuring out for support and making it a module and things of that nature.
So let's break this up into short term, medium term, long term. Short term to-dos. Talking about within the next 2 months would be land an API is experimental for baked. Initial evangelization of that, and starting the feedback loop with the native module developers on iterating on it.
Yeah.
Medium term, let's go say July, August timeframe. Getting us back together to see how that's progressing, giving ourselves time before it goes into LTS. There's another few months in case we need to adjust the course, and seeing where we're at with the FFI work. There. Longer term would be 8 going LTS and beyond. We need to look at the bootstrapping problem. We need to look at getting a little firmer timeline if the FFI work is going to progress and move forward. We should try to get a really good idea of that. Let's try maybe by the end of the year and say, okay, say yes or no, that's going to move forward. Kind of reasonable?
Yeah.
By bootstrapping, you mean supporting older versions?
Older versions, and first phase is initial feedback loop. is this thing actually going to work?
Yeah.
Bootstrap phase is how do we make it actually usable by the average node developer?
Yeah.
Sort of like we can, like how do we accelerate adoption?
Right.
This is one aspect. There may be others when we put our head to it as well that we need to do.
So those are the ones I had in mind. Josh, were there any other?
I was thinking, should we form a smaller group of people, or maybe everybody, but like who's interested in putting together that bigger high-level picture? Talk about the inspectors, another piece, but what are the other pieces in terms of all the APIs we'd like Node to define? And what sort of strategic pieces we should be picking out to work on next?
Why don't we make that one of the key agenda items for when we meet again? And what I'm thinking is we should try to meet in like July or.
That would be Node Summit timeframe.
Node Summit timeframe.
It might be good to get like some email chains going on, or like an issue going before then, but then to make that one of the main topics to say, what have we already thought about and talk about?
Revisit what we thought was needed, our original sort of premises, and revisit that with everyone who's active and engaged now, and potentially bring some folks back in. Early on, F5 was trying to see if they were interested in engaging. They didn't really find the business case to do so, but maybe invite them to come to join us.
So I'm willing to like take an action to people tell me who's interested. I think as I said, at least and maybe the two of us and whoever else tell us who's interested. We can form a small, the group of people who want to start talking about that, and we can come back to the next.
I'll be interested.
Just send me an email, I guess, so I have a list from everybody.
So those are the action items timeline as far as the NAPI and FFI stuff is concerned. The other things we discussed, the 262 certifications and things like that.
Should this new group take on that thinking as well?
We have a paper, by the way, where we started that.
I don't know. It seems to me it's kind of a different concern.
Yeah, I think it's slightly different. I mean, that one is one where I think that we can do a little more asynchronously and just kind of let it evolve. We need to kind of see where things are at, maybe later in the year. So why don't when we get together again, but let's just say around Node Summit.
Yeah.
Around that time, let's try to nail down what that conformance test suite idea would be. So that gives us time between now and then, kick around some ideas, kind of think about it, stew over it, what shape it would, what shape it would take, what it needs to do, and then kind of try to finalize on the ideas there. And that would give us to, maybe then put a target maybe towards the end of the year to try to have like a first version of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense for me.
Okay. Anything else that I'm missing?
Anything we want to capture with the JIP and no JIP in that agenda?
I think with that was just that there's really not a lot we can do. It works for now. And
if that conversation, if we want to make an agenda for next time, we should involve somebody from the NPM CLI team.
Yeah,
like it's a discussion to be had with them.
Okay.
So that is a full discussion. How do you see this happening? Because this is not the right table for that discussion.
Well, that
may be a concern.
I don't think that's a VM concern. I think
No,
that's
it's
just
not.
kind of another group.
It's not. Yeah, but given that a lot of people these are core collaborators and so on,
we need to have a conversation.
We need to have a conversation about that anyway. As a long-term plan, is not something that's going away.
I mean, I think the GitHub discussion is still reasonably active. So maybe it's just like when we get back together, the checkpoint is to make sure that something's happened, and is there anything that needs to be pushed to?
Yeah, the collaborator summit, it's
in October.
In October, it's just remember to put it on the agenda. Somebody.
Well, there's the Collaborative Summit, hopefully in May.
Yeah.
And then hopefully we'll have another one around October timeframe.
Yeah.
Okay. Were there any other action items that we discussed that you're not?
Yeah, I looked through it. I don't see anything. I mean, we talked about inspector, but I think we
that's
have our thread going with that, and that's just keep that going.
Yeah, maybe the action was like node inspector definition somewhere out in the public, if that's possible. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, we
That's
can.
That's what we're working on. So
We'll update on how that conversation goes forward, and depending on that, we can bring this up on the Node Summit timeframe, and
I guess maybe that's one of the discussions at a higher level you can fit into that.
in that as well.
It'll be one of those
things anyway.
Then how do we sort of?
But as that conversation is also with V8, we can probably put more stuff on GitHub too. And discuss it.
Yeah.
Exactly. If it can be visible for
So, looking at the time, do we want to? When is Node Summit?
25th, last week of July.
Last week of July. All right. Do we want to plan face to face right there at Node Summit and try to figure out we can find some
Face-to-face
space?
So Tuesday of that week, whatever that is,
I have the agenda here.
is day 0. So workshops and stuff like that. So that could be a good moment for us to target some meetings. Alternatively, if we want to completely sidestep anything, potentially touching Node Summit because we need to be present, prepare things, whatever. There's also Friday, so we could all stay an extra day or half day and fly out on Friday, and then Friday would be completely free, and no event complex would be there.
Yeah, for the being able to participate in the full summit and just have a day later.
Okay.
Then it's still San Francisco, right?
Yes.
Where it's going to be. So
and we're back at the university.
So can we ask maybe NodeSource to try to find a facility place for us? If we're not, or like, if we meet there if we can actually use that facility, then great. If not, can you help us find?
I can take the action to find a location and host, or at least if we're not big enough, work with Microsoft and someone in the area that has a space. But I'll take the action to find this location.
Okay. Anything else? Dinner plans?
Dinner plans. Hi everyone. Bye.
Yeah. Before we wrap up, is there any other things that anybody had on their mind before we adjourn? Thank you, Microsoft, for the space.
Yeah, it was great.
Well, thanks for coming out. We had actually ordered a better weather for you guys today. Out of stock. It was out of stock. Amazon.
Yeah, we got so much good weather this year.
Was there outage or something?
AWS weather system.
Somebody made a typo.
There you go. Yeah.
Thanks for coming out, you guys. So great conversation.
It was good. And if Josh follows his pattern, he'll have the minutes like up in a.
He's already been editing and all that.
Yeah, exactly. Like later on, it's like, what the heck did we talk about?
Right. You had the minutes for the last TSC or CTC meeting up like 5 minutes.
Right. It was like 9:40 at night.
I guess for everybody who's viewing, I'm going to stop the broadcast. Yeah.
Thanks,
everyone.